Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm a Boeing 737 pilot and a member of PMDG's tech team. Welcome to the release party of the PMDG Boeing 737-900 and 900ER. Now, in this video I'm going to talk you through everything you need to know on the Boeing 737-900ER and its operation. And most importantly, we are going to fly this little airplane on routes that it's really meant to fly. In particular, for that today I mean that we are going to bring it from Seattle all the way over to Miami and then back to Seattle. And spoiler alert, yes, I am going to use a little bit of time compression because I want to show you guys how this airplane is mostly used, and I want to show you guys how you can use it like that in your simulator without having like days and days of your time available. Now, we are going to use the time en route to talk about what the airplane can actually do and about a couple of those features that the airplane offers. Now, all of that said and done, let's quickly talk about the package that PMDG is about to release today. So, today, the 7th of February, is the release day of the 737-900 and 900ER, and it is going to be released at a point after 1800 UTC. That means from about in 1 hour onwards, chances are it is going to come out. However, knowing PMDG, they have not told us the exact point in time when it's to come out, and for my European friends over here, keep in mind PMDG is situated in the United States of America. So chances are that if they release it at the evening their time, it might already be early Wednesday our time. Now, that's pretty much that part. So let's talk about what we are going to fly today. This is going to be our ride, the 737-900ER of Alaska Airlines. Now, PMDG does deliver it with a fully realistic and accurate airline configuration. However, I have slightly adapted that in order to install all the equipment that we might regularly find on 737-900ERs, since Alaska, for example, did not have the multi-mode receiver installed. So, I've changed the configuration a little bit. Let's jump right into the cockpit to see what we've got in this particular airplane. We'll take a seat on the captain's seat today, and in this airplane we have the auxiliary fuel system installed, as we can see by the auxiliary fuel transfer switches and the auxiliary fuel switches up here. We have automatic start switches installed, we have the multi-mode receiver installed, of course we have a heads-up display installed, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about every single one of them. Also, we do have the pulse lights installed, and I'm going to talk you over those as well. So, that's pretty much the set of equipment we have on this aircraft. Note that since we are flying an ER today, we have the aft emergency exit doors as well, or the mid-exit doors as we call them in my airline's 737-8200s, which, by the way, I have finally flown. I've finally flown a 737 MAX as well, but that shall be a topic for another video. So, and just in order not to disappoint anyone, I don't mean a PMDG 737 MAX, I mean the Boeing 737 MAX. Okay, so, right back into the aircraft. Let's fire it up! A couple people have asked, isn't the multi-mode receiver a little bit too bright? And the answer to that is, yes, it actually is. But that is something that I've already told the developers. Note that pretty much most of the 900ERs have the new start switches installed, so that is actually standard equipment. Okay, cool. Let's take a seat in the captain's seat, and something I personally always like to do, The displays are pretty bright up here in the PMDG, so I always tend to put them into the middle position. Now in the real airplane, the middle position is a position that has an automatic sensor added, which basically dims the displays all on their own. However, in Microsoft Flight Simulator that's currently not possible because it's impossible to sense the actual lighting conditions, and therefore the middle position is just a very balanced position in this add-on that provides you with displays that are neither too bright nor too dark. So, let's have a look into the flight plan today, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we need to take care of on this longer range operation over here. I'm calling it longer range and not long range because, well, by definition it's still not a long-haul flight. Now this is what we're going to fly today, from Seattle all the way down to Miami. And looking into the flight plan, this airplane is in pounds, so be aware of that. If you're one of my European friends, then approximately divide it by 2 to get the values in kilograms, but we'll talk about that at a later point as well. So, the 5-hour and 11-minute flight from Seattle to Miami is one that is really done every day in 737-900s. Especially in the United States of America, there is so many 737-900s flying. I tend to say that in the United States the 900 is about what the 800 is to us here in Europe. But why don't we quickly check the amount of actual 900 flights that is going on over in the US? Let's have a look at that. So this is Flight Radar, and I've added a little filter down here that only 737-900s are shown. And have a look at that. That is a huge amount of aircraft, and that is especially something that us Europeans are not really used to. If somebody told me there were so many 900s flying before I really got into the 900 program by PMDG, then I would probably have told them, please what? Because if you go over to Europe, you'll notice that there are a couple of the Turkish flying now there are a couple El Alts, but that's really it over in Europe. And if you go over to Asia, well, it's currently around midnight in Asia, so naturally we don't see a lot of them flying. But going over to the United States of America, this is really what the 900 is about, flying over there. Now, I said earlier that the 900 in America is pretty much what the 800 is in Europe. Now, of course, the 800 is still very popular in America as well. But let's have a quick look into why the 900 is actually so popular in the United States. The first reason is the sheer amount of payload that it can carry. Looking at the aircraft configuration real quick, this is what we're about to get in the PMDG 737. So, in the 2-class cabin layout, let's quickly check this. This is what we have, and this is what we'll take for today's flight as well. We have 12 first-class seats and 162 economy-class seats. Now, the actual Alaska Airlines 737-900ERs are equipped with 138 economy-class seats, about 24 business-class seats, and 12 first-class seats. So, you can see that you really need that extra length of the airplane in the 900ER to fit in what they want to carry in the United States. And the simple difference is that in the US there is a lot more business and first class passengers than there is in Europe. And that's the reason why the 900ER basically takes the role of the 800 in Europe in the United States. Now, on top of that, the 900ER, due to its extra tanks, simply has more range. So if we have a look into the fuel options over here, we can see that we have a total fuel capacity of 52,300 pounds, and we can add round about 6,000 pounds of extra fuel with the dual auxiliary tank system. PMDG simulates both the default capability, the single aux tanks in the forward hold, and the dual aux tank capability. So You can configure the airplane to your likings, and the reason why you might want to reconsider if you want to have those aux tanks installed is they do take away quite a bit of capability and of space in the cargo holds of the airplane, so I'm going to talk about that in more detail in flight, but for now it shall suffice to say that if you have a single class layout cabin, then you might need that cargo space. So let's go to the single class cabin for a short moment here and have a look at that. In the single class layout, PMDG offers a typical airline layout of 204 economy class seats. Now, the maximum certified would be 220, but I'm not aware of any airline that has fitted so many seats. I am aware of a couple airlines, like for example CSA, that have fitted 215, but the vast majority is in that region of 204, and that is why PMDG have opted to simulate this. I know a couple of people will ask if it's not possible to just increase this limit to 215 or 220 even, and while I personally do agree, for some technical reasons, this 204 limit is not changeable. Okay, nonetheless, we go back to our two-class layout, as that is what the majority of 737-900s flies with. And with that, we have a zero fuel weight here of 145.1 thousand pounds, that is. Alrighty, so that is what we have in the 737-900. I'm gonna show you the cabin a little bit later on, and that's probably this. So let's go ahead and prepare the airplane. Now, if you want to fly the 900 on realistic routes, then you might probably want to simulate those longer flights as well, and that is the reason why I'm going to show you how I'm using the airplane on those longer flights today. Now, don't worry about that enough data out of date message over here. It is the current IRAC that I have installed on this airplane. However, I've set my simulator to July because I want to be able to fly over to Miami in daylight and make it back in daylight conditions. Alright, so on the ident page we can see that we're sitting in the 900ER with blended winglets installed, and we have a 27K engine on this airplane. So 27K is the highest rating you're going to find in the 737-900 or in the 737NG overall, and we will need this. The latest, by the time you fly this airplane into Denver and try to go on a 4-hour sector from Denver, you really want those 27K engines. Also, have a look down here at the operating program section, which tells us we have version 0062 Microsoft Flight Simulator, which basically is the version number that we have in the airplane right now. Alright. We want to go from Seattle to Miami, and we may please select this. Now, the maximum range of the 900ER is 3,200 nautical miles roundabout. However, if you want to take a full complement of passengers and a good amount of cargo, you will be limited by takeoff weight. So, while the airplane does offer a very good range, it cannot do that at the maximum payload. You are going to see this on the return flight from Miami back to Seattle, which will be around about 6 hours, and we'll have the airplane at the max takeoff weight on that one, even though we are only going to fly around about 2,400 miles. But that's going to be something that you will see a little bit later. For now, let's go ahead and start programming our flight management computer so that we can get our airplane flying. Alright, so Alaska Airlines Flight 305, departing from Seattle on the Seattle 8 departure. Well, we've got the Seattle 7 in here, and then arriving into Miami on runway 09. We'll opt for the ILS approach down here, however, we'll see if we might fly something different. We have the Frox 1 arrival, and we have the Akuri transition. Do we actually have that anywhere? Nope, not really. Is it me just selecting something incorrect right now? No, doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, Frogs 1 arrival it is. Okay, so cost MX20. Reserve fuel is going to be 4,000 pounds. Reserve fuel 145.1, and the trip altitude. Now have a look at this. We're planned at flight level 330, and up here we are calculated with a trip level of 321. So those are the altitudes, or this is the range of altitude in which the 900 is operating at the high weight. So if any one of you has flown the A321 in the simulator before, you will be familiar that it flies at very low altitudes, and the 737-900 is no different. This one flies at these very low levels as well. Okay, quite important on a long flight like this, do a wind request to get your en route winds, because they are very likely to change quite often over the course of the flight, and that in return will mean that we'll have the that in order to get accurate predictions from the airplane, we actually want to request all those winds. Okay, so let's have a look. We arrive at 7.2, and the planned arrival fuel is 4.0, or rather the planned reserve fuel is 4.0, so we are covered. Okay. Also, what I'm going to do today, we don't have a takeoff performance calculator available yet for the 900ER. Virtual Performance Tool does not support the plane. TopCat does not support the 900ER either. So right now, you can use the tool for the 800, but then you'll have to limit this one to a 26k D rate or 24k D rate, but you won't have 27k data available. At least not for the maximum takeoff weight of the 737-900ER. So we can see we've got 187,700 pounds as max takeoff weight over here, and the 800 obviously is less, so that's the reason why we'll just be using 27k full, and I want to show you guys how much power this airplane actually got. Now, we are going to do a flap 5 takeoff today, and have a look at those takeoff speeds over here. 151, 160, 167. We are going to accept those, and just look at 167 knots as your V2. That is going to be quite an interesting takeoff, to put it that way. Imagine having to reject at this 151 knots with such a heavy airplane. That is certainly going to provide some, let's call it, very interesting experience. But then again, in my opinion, flying the 900 in the simulator, that interesting experience, that experience of having an airplane with such a high weight, that really is what it is about. Alrighty, let's go ahead and configure our aircraft. Yaw damper can go on, nav transfer display switch is normal auto. Fuel pumps. On this particular flight, we have only 5 hours of trip time, so we don't actually have to use the auxiliary tanks yet. However, the good news is, you don't really have to worry too much about them. Just keep the aux fuel transfer switches in auto. I'm going to explain how the system works later on during the flight, but for now, it shall be sufficient to say that if you simply leave the switches in auto, that is going to have you covered. Another thing you will notice is that we are going to do a lot of step climbs as we fly this airplane. Now for today, pre-select the first cruising altitude that we are going to use. There is actually quite, let's call it, a competition among pilots of what is actually correct. Setting the first cruising altitude or setting the highest cruising altitude that you're expecting. Now, as we will be en route on the flight and have a little bit of time, I'm going to talk you guys over that. For now, just set the first cruising altitude that we are expecting to use. For the MCP, we'll simply go with the runway heading today, as we don't have any conventional backup of our departure today, but I'll show you the charts in a few moments when we are done with this. Now, interestingly enough, in a lot of US operators, they don't have the range rings installed on the navigation display, which is quite strange to me, quite a strange feeling I really have to say, because I'm so used to see them, and if they're not displayed, it usually is an indication to me as a European guy who always uses those rings that I've misconfigured my navigation display. However, I do have to say, after flying this for quite a bit in the beta tests now, I got somewhat familiar with it, and it doesn't seem like such a bad option after all. I mean, it really comes down to what it comes down to most of the time, which is you simply get to like what you're actually used to. Now, looking at the frequencies, we are going to do this flight offline today because I don't want ATC to interrupt us while we are doing all the explanations and while we're discussing everything. However, what I am going to say is that we'll just pretend we have ATC. We are going to follow all realistic procedures, but just in order to be able to do more explanations and to squeeze everything in without getting disturbed from air traffic control, we are going to do this flight offline. Now, we don't really need any VOR for our departure, but what we'll do is we'll just tune Seattle VOR. So, Seattle 16.8. By the way, do note when entering something in the multimode receiver, you don't have to type the last digit. If you don't enter a last digit, it's simply going to assume 0. So if I just type 16.8 and put that active now, it's going to add that 0 automatically. Alrighty. Then, let's have a quick look into the Navigraph charts, as Navigraph just recently released their Navigraph charts 8 for the simulator. Now, personally, I did find that the performance seems to suffer quite a bit when we are using this inside the sim. However, I am just going to use it to show you guys what we're about to do, and then we'll hide it once again. So, Seattle 8 departure is fairly straightforward, as you can see. We proceed on the runway heading 165, and eventually we are going to get radar vectors to our first fix. Top altitude, which is the initial climb, for the European friends here, is going to be assigned by our traffic control, and that's really all that we have. For the taxi briefing, we are parking up here on the northern satellite terminal. Pushback, most likely with a nose to the northwest, and then we'll taxi out, beam the fire station onto Bravo, and then all the way via Bravo, intersection Delta or Charlie. Alright, so that's the plan of what we're about to do. Then, let's go ahead with the departure briefing, and in the meantime I would kindly like to thank Metal Eye for your $23.99 donation. That is really much appreciated. Now, for those of you who have just joined, before we go on with our program, regarding the release of the 737-900, Robert Randazzo has announced that the release is going to happen from 1800 UTC onwards. Now, 1800 UTC is in 36 minutes, but knowing PMDG, I would not be surprised if it takes a little bit longer. Keep in mind, they are in the United States of America, so if they release it in the evening their time, chances are it might be midnight or just past midnight European time. That at least is what happened a lot in past PMDG releases. However, I'm just taking guesses here. I don't have inside information into the exact time at which it is going to come out. Now, there is an important question there that I quickly want to answer from Yannick, and that is, will there be other bug fixes in the updates, like the MMR frequency bug or the wide window bug, or at least the IRS recall bug? Yannick, the very good note is, check this, I press the recall, I let go, and the IRS is fixed. There will be other fixes in that as well, like for example the taxi dynamics have been revised once again, and it does taxi a bit nicer now, but I'm going to show you that in a few moments. In the meantime, let's start up the APU, do a quick takeoff briefing, and then we'll be on our way towards Miami. Because I really have to say I'm kinda getting rid of the weather that we see over here in Seattle. They say Seattle is the most livable city in the world, but it's also one with the most rain. Anyway. So we're going to fly from Seattle towards Miami. We are the Alaska Airlines 305. The ground distance 2,386 miles, and we have 7.1 thousand pounds remaining versus 4,000 required as a reserve. Instrument cross-check, time ATC 1347, altimeter 3012, reading 440. The minimum flap retraction altitude is 1440. Flight directors are on and minus the master, standby instrument set. This is going to be a left seat takeoff on runway 16 left, flaps 5, noise abatement procedure number 2 with the buck up at 1500 feet. We are going to do a VNAV takeoff today, and if we have a look into the secondary takeoff ref page, we can see acceleration height 1500 and thrust reduction 1500 is entered over here. Now, emergencies we are going to do as standard, and this is the left seat takeoff, runway 16 left, flaps 5, noise abatement procedure number 2, buck up 1500. Emergencies, we go straight ahead to 25 miles, and anything within 5,000 feet is going to keep us safe over here. For the turns, we prefer turns to the right, as we can see terrain. There are some hills over there as well, but it's not as bad as it is on the left side over here. Okay, so taxi, as briefed. Pushback with the nose to the right hand side, and then onto the second taxiway to the right, Bravo, which is going to lead us for a full-length departure. Seattle 8 departure, climb straight ahead. We'll assume 5,000 feet is our initial cleared altitude. We are flying offline, so we just assume that we have just gotten ATC clearance. And that is the departure briefing completed. Let's do the safety inspection checklist and before start checklist down to the line. Surfaces and shocks checked, maintenance status checked, battery on, electric hydraulic pumps on, landing gear lever down, ship's library checked. And let's quickly get GSX already. Prepare for pushback and departure, please. Thank you. Handling by Alaska Airlines looks good, and we do not need de-icing treatment.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push completed and brakes set.
Yes, we'll try our best. Thank you very much, GSX. Okay then, let's go ahead with the before start checklist.
Hello, Captain.
IRS mode selectors, nav, gear pins, 1 to 3 removed, light test. Did I ever say I keep forgetting to do that one in the simulator? Luckily not in real life, but well. Okay, light test checked, oxygen. Test 100%, yaw damper. On, navigation transfer and display switches, normal and auto. So, fuel. We have 38.1 thousand pounds on board with 38.0 required, and that is 6 pumps on. Cabin utility IFE galley power on, emergency exit light armed, fast mode on, window heat on, air condition and pressurization, PAX auto, bleeds on, and set. Pressurization mode selector auto, instruments cross checked, auto brakes RTO. So hydraulics, normal, speed brake, down detent, parking brake, set, step trim cutout switches, normal, wheel well fire warning, checked. Radius, radar, and transponder set on standby. Rudder and aileron trims 3 and 0. Takeoff briefing discussed. PA complete. FMC and CDU. Okay, let's quickly get this ready. APU is on bus, so you can go, and we can close those doors. The jetway is removed already. Perfect. So. FMC CDU set, N1 and IS box, automatic, 27k full, speeds 51, 60, 67, set. Step trim, 5.2 set. Performance, weight and balance, sign and send, phones off, EFB, airplane mode stowed, flight windows and cockpit door locked, doors closed, passengers seated, before start checklist complete. Okay. Let's quickly wait until all the equipment is gone, and then we can start our pushback. Now, here's something to be aware of. As the airplane is a new release, GSX is not configured with it. And GSX, if it's not configured with an airplane, is going to do strange things. Now, Unfortunately, it gave us a lifting tuck today, because if you used one with a tow bar, it would be less a problem. But with the lifting tucks, what you'll notice is that instead of lifting the nose, it's actually going to squeeze the nose down into the ground. This is going to look a little bit strange, and I emphasize this is a GSX issue if GSX is not configured for use with the airplane. Now, it is beyond me why you program an add-on to act up if you don't configure every single bit of it, but that's what we have to live with, and if that's it, then that's it. So the remainder of the equipment is being removed. In the meantime, let's quickly enjoy the looks at our 737-900ER. Note the differences between the 900 and the ER is primarily from the outside visible, the aft emergency exit door that we have up here. This door has been required to be installed in order to seat more than 189 people in this airplane. Now, that is exactly the difference between the 900 and the ER. Well, one of the many differences, but the primary one. In the 900, you did not have this aft emergency exit door, and therefore the airplane couldn't seat any more passengers than the 800 could, and therefore it was not really attractive to airlines. Now, that's why Boeing installed these additional two doors, one on each side, and now since the airplane has 10 exits, it's been certified up to 220 passengers. Alright then, we're ready to start our pushback. Now, if the nose is being pushed into the ground during the pushback, that is entirely a GSX issue, so that's not down to the airplane, that is GSX. Before start checks below the line, air compacts off, anti-collision light on, park and brake set, transponder alt off. Before start checklist complete. Now let's get our pushback.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine.
And we'll go with the tail to the left side.
Locking gear. Release parking brakes.
Okay, release park and brake, then. Brake released, off we go.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push completed and brakes set.
Okay, we are beyond the road, let's start engine number 2. And on request of a user, we'll do it from the outside.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Okay, that is a good start on engine number 2. Let's go ahead and start engine number 1. This one will start from the inside, so that I can show you the correct start procedure once again. So we have N2, oil pressure, N1, Verify that the valves are operating. The light illuminates dim, then it goes, bright, and then it goes off. And then we can see fuel injected down here.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Start the cutout, monitor 1. Number 1 stable. So, auto start switch is installed, so we can leave them in auto. No need to put them into continuous manually. Flight control track, full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, and the rudders, full left, full right, neutral. After start checklist, generators on, APU off, start switches auto, ProPeat, on, anti-ice, on, air conditioning, PEX auto, bleeds on, isolation mode, auto, flaps, 5 required, 5 selected, and green light. Step trim, 5.1 required, 5.2 set. Start levers, idle detent, flight controls checked, recall checked, B4 taxi checklist complete. Okay then, we are clear on the left, and we are clear on the right. Brakes off, config check. And we've got a master portion there, which is, surprise, the overwing exit doors. I'm just going to cancel this for now. Chances are this light is going to go off again. Now, I finally got the information from PMDG what that was about, but I'm going to explain you in cruise. At first, I want to explain to you the taxi. So, without a doubt, you can see that we are in a pretty heavy airplane. I'm currently using about 35% N1. You can use up to 40 during taxi, but it would really not be recommended. Well, you can use 40, but it's not recommended to use higher, especially when you're in a small congested area. What you will notice is that it is now possible to taxi this plane quite a bit smoother once again. If you look at this, I can do very minimal inputs on the controls without much problem. That used to be a bug earlier, but look at how small inputs I can do over here. So this has been greatly enhanced with the version 62, which is going to be the release version of the 900, or at least the latest version given to the testers prior to release and to the live streamers as well. Okay, we are clear left, and we are clear right. Once the airplane has reached the speed that you want to roll at, just go back to idle thrust. In the low speeds, this is perfectly going to keep the airplane at speed. In the higher region of about 30 knots, you might need a little either residual thrust if you like, or you just accelerate it to 30 knots and then let it drop back down to like 20 and then accelerate again. The technique depends upon you. Personally, I would prefer to accelerate it again and again and again instead of keeping residual thrust. Now I'm going to show you this right now. Let's use 40% N1 to accelerate the airplane to a decent taxi speed. And notice how little acceleration we have due to the high weight of the 900 ER, loaded for a transcontinental US flight. That's quite a difference to the 600, isn't it? Okay, while this accelerates, let's do the before takeoff checklist down to the line. Config, checked, flaps, 5, green light, step trim is 5.2 units, set, takeoff briefing. Left seat takeoff, runway 16 left, flaps 5, noise abatement 2, accelerating at 1500. In case of any emergencies, we go straight ahead 25 miles, climbing to 5,000 feet, and any turn is going to be to the right hand side, so to the western side of the airport, since we have high terrain in the east. The standard departure is going to be radar vectors towards the first waypoint on the Seattle 8 departure, climbing initially to 5,000 feet and thereafter by air traffic control. Takeoff speeds, we have 151, 160, 167, and that is set. We're going to do an LNAV and VNAV takeoff so we don't have to buck up manually. Any questions? Okay, cabin secure before takeoff checks complete. Now, we've reached our 30 knots. Let's go back to idle and let's just let it roll for a second. As you can see, it very slowly starts to lose its speed. I have to start braking now, otherwise we'll end up in the ditch beyond the airport, and, well, I do believe you guys want your 900 today and not in a couple of weeks after it's been cleaned again. Okay, so cleared for takeoff, runway 16 left. And lights on, auto throttle, VNAV, LNAV, and of course the TCAS. Before takeoff checklist below the line, MCP, set, transponder, TARA, strobe lights on, landing lights on, before takeoff checklist complete. Okay, timing. Now, very high weight, close to the max takeoff weight, but not quite there yet. There is still a couple tons margin left. Stabilized. Set, takeoff, thrust. And we might as well use the heads-up display for this one. So, takeoff thrust set, indications normal. 80 knots. Note how long it takes to accelerate to the takeoff speeds.
E1. Rotate.
Okay, slow rotation, 10 degrees of pitch is tail strike already, and you can see this on the HOT. See this line up here? And there we go. You're up. That's pretty tight, isn't it? Really, really tight, actually. Okay, LNAV. Command A. Okay, and VNAV is going to start the acceleration for us. Flaps 1. Now note those speeds over here. The minimum clean speed is almost 230 knots. Flaps up. Okay, heading select. So, we gotta go to the left, but I want to start, or rather I want to accelerate a little bit before we do that, so that we get a good rate of climb before we turn into the direction of the hills. $11 degrees, but we're still climbing. I'll just keep the anti-ice on for a moment. And then let's climb all the way to our first cruising level, 33,000 feet. So, start switches can just stay in auto, and the landing lights go back to the pulse light option, which helps to protect against bird strikes. Now, let's have a quick look what the pulse light look like before we run the after takeoff checks. See this? So this makes the airplane visible to birds a lot better than the conventional lights, and therefore this option is installed, for example, with Alaska Airlines. It simply is a great aid to protect against bird strikes. Okay then, let's do the after takeoff checklist. Air condition and pressurization, 2.6, climbing, and that. Start switch is auto, auto brake off, flaps up no light, landing gear up no lights, and holding at the altimeters. Okay, engine NTI's off. And the start switches simply stay in the auto position. Now have a look at those rates of climb that we see over here. 2,500 feet a minute roundabout. And if anybody of you is flying the Airbus A321, then you will be familiar with those rates of climbs. But the Boeing pilots typically are not. And of course, the 900 is quite a heavy airplane, so it will simply take quite a bit more time to get this airplane up into the air. Now let's release the cabin crew. Okay, we're about to reach the 10,000 foot altimeters, passing 10,001, climbing 330. Let's do the 10 checks. And by the way, you might have noticed that the speed bug has just gone up and down a little bit. That does actually happen in the real airplane as well from time to time. So it's not a bug, it's a feature. Okay then, fuel is balanced, and we have 6 pumps on, lights off, APU off, air condition and pressurization 4.0, slightly climbing, and set, fasten belts. Well, we'll keep the belts on until we're past this, just in case there is a bit of turbulence in there. Then monitoring 1 to 1.5, and that's the 10 checks complete with the recall. Okay, let's go there. Deployed. Execute. LNAV available. LNAV. So, as I said earlier in the live stream, the 737-900 really is an airplane that is used a lot for transcontinental flights from coast to coast in the US. And of course those are pretty long flights, which most flight simmers will probably not have the time to do them in real time. And that is part of the reason why PMDG has included the time compression features that we have in the 737. Now, there are a couple different options available, and let me quickly talk you through them. You can access them from menu, PMDG options, PMDG setup, options, simulation, and if you go forward a little bit over here, we'll have the simulation page, where we have auto time compression up to which time compression rate we want to use the airplane, and then we can choose what the TCSR button is going to use, or what it's going to do. We can choose between either direct simulation rate control or automatic time compression. Personally, I'm a big fan of direct simulation rate control because it enables the airplane to accept some deviations without continuously going out of time acceleration. Now, let's go ahead and have a look at how that actually looks like. We have the TCSR button on the top left of the clock up here. Now this is a button that does not exist in the real airplane. In the real airplane you only have the chronometer button up here and not a second button. However, PMDG added this one, and here's what it does. Basically, if you click the lower part of it, where your mouse turns into an arrow down, you're going to slow your simulation rate down. If you click the upper part of it, you're going to accelerate. Now, let's click that once, and we go into 2x simulation rate, and you can see the color of the clock turning amber. If you click that again, we're going to go into 4 times simulation rate, and the color turns red. Now if we click that again, we go into 8x and so on. If you ever need a quick button to get you out of time acceleration, you can always use the big clock button up here. You can also use the chronometer button down here, or click the lower part of the TCSR, but if you just click the clock button up here, you're immediately being thrown back in a real time. So, let's set the altimeter to standard. See how I timed that one? Gotta be proud of myself. No, just kidding. Okay, so, and now, personally, I prefer not to use more than 4x time acceleration as we climb or descend the airplane. The reason for that is that things can get a little bit unstable from time to time, and in 4x I usually have sufficient time available to hit that clock button in order to get back to real time, so that we can quickly correct any state of flight that might come up that we don't really intend to get into. Let's get rid of that head-up display, don't need that anymore. Now have a look at those rates of climb that we see up here. Passing level 230, we only get 1500 feet a minute out of the airplane. What we might quickly do as well is to have a look into the cruise page to see the optimum and maximum flight levels. Now, we have an optimum of 323 over here and a maximum of 245. Now in my airline, we would only climb to flight level 310 with this initially. However, I did do a little bit of research, and it seems that all operators of the 900 do accept a climb above the optimum as long as it is not close to the maximum. So that's the reason why we're going to go all the way to flight level 330 as an initial climb today. Okay, we're approaching a couple of clouds. Let's have a quick look into the temperatures. Progress page 2, minus 42 degrees centigrade, so we don't need anti-ice. Okay. Then let's quickly get our airplane up to cruise level, and then I'll start with a couple of explanations on some of the system differences that we have with the 737-900ER and the 737-900, but it's really mostly the ER that is interesting here, because the 900 is fairly familiar to the 800, with the exception that it is a little bit longer, heavier, and so on. Okay, passing 30,000, angle of bank 10 degrees. Alright, so one thing I love about flying cross-country in the United States is how direct the routings over there are. But before we talk about that, have a quick look at this. We're approaching our cruising level of 330, and the airplane is only giving us 500 feet a minute. A little bit more, maybe like 600 feet a minute, but you can really see how this airplane is, let's say, not a very good climber, at least not at these weights. But then again, imagine flying the 700 or the 800 and being limited to flight level 330. Now, That probably will never ever happen, not even at the maximum takeoff weight. Okay, so we're up at cruise level. Conset. 2,123 nautical miles, 1848 Zulu for the top of descent. That is in 4 hours and a bit. Now, let's accelerate this a little bit, and we'll go all the way to 8x for the cruise, which is a very nice speed for the plane to cruise at. Using 8x time acceleration, the plane can really maintain its numbers pretty well. So the cruise level here, 330, the speed, it's going to vary a little bit up and down, but the very same happens in the real airplane, obviously, while proceeding at 1x time. So that is actually something that I'm going to talk about as we fly along. Now, something that I really love to do all the time, as we reach cruising level, and regardless if it's in the simulator or in real life, I always love to look out at the terrain, and why don't we just do that from the outside view as well? Looks a little bit interesting when you're flying that fast, but you get where this is going. Now the 900 really looks a little bit long at first, but when you get more and more used to it, it really becomes a very, very nice airplane. And I have to say that by now, I find the 700 to look, let's call it, stranger than the 900. But okay, back to the inside, and back to the system differences. So, first and foremost, let's talk about the auxiliary fuel system. Now, I'm sure that many of you have already seen my video on the aux fuel system in the 737 BBJs and in the 900s that I just released a couple days back. However, I'm equally sure many of you haven't, so why not quickly talk about it? At the same time, by the way, we can see how the plane is losing a little bit of its altitude here and slowly working to regain it. This is a feature of the PMDG autopilot that, to my knowledge, is actually unique to PMDG, that no other developer has ever done yet. And basically, just like the autopilot has modes like LNAV and VNAV, it also has modes for time acceleration. Now obviously these are not shown to you as the user, because, well, the real 737 does obviously not have such modes. But depending on the speed at which you accelerate your simulation, the airplane is actually going to smooth out its control inputs so that it is more or less well able to maintain its flight levels. Now, if we look in the turbulence that we see up here right now that we're currently flying through, we can see this on the wind arrow as well, as that is slowly changing back and forth a little bit there. The plane does not maintain its altitude perfectly, just like it can deviate from the route a little bit. However, that is necessary because the autopilot at 8 times time acceleration has to do really smooth control inputs, and as we can see, it's not maintaining the flight level perfectly, but it's maintaining it to a fair degree of accuracy if you ask me. Now this is a very nice feature in the 900 already for the longer routes, but especially in the 777 and in the 747, I'm sure that is something that you guys are going to appreciate. Okay, so let's have the plane fly along, enjoy the outside views a little bit. I'm fairly sure we are already crossing the Rocky Mountains up here, about an hour after takeoff. It's Seattle. So let's take the time to talk about the auxiliary fuel system in the 900. So the aux fuel system consists of tanks that you can add as customer options. Let's have a look into that once again. We go into menu, PMDG setup, aircraft, equipment, and then page number 11. And here we have the aux fuel system. The airplane we are flying right now is equipped with the dual auxiliary tanks. Now, this means we have one forward auxiliary tank and one aft auxiliary tank. The auxiliary tanks are located in the cargo holds. So, if you go to the outside once again, then we have our aft cargo hold and our front cargo hold, and in order to keep the movement of the center of gravity to a minimum, the auxiliary tank in the aft cargo hold is located to the very front of the hold. It's basically directly attached to the main tank, to the center tank, at the front of the aft hold, and the forward tank is located at the very aft end of the forward cargo hold, again basically attached to the center tank at the very aft of the forward cargo hold. Refueling of the tanks is done with a special switch installed on the refueling panel down here on the wing, and in the flight deck you basically don't have any indications of the fuel quantity contained in the auxiliary tanks, except for if you have the fuel gauge as we have it down here with the totalizer, then down here in the totalizer you are going to get the correct amount of fuel including your auxiliary tanks shown, but up here in the split view you will not get any indication of the auxiliary tanks. So you only have your main tanks and your center tank down here. So if these values up here don't add up with the totalizer value, then that is probably because you still have fuel in your auxiliary tanks. Now, in the FMC down here, in the fuel totalizer, you also have the auxiliary tanks included. However, contrary to the Boeing business jets, you do not have the auxiliary fuel panel down here on the P1 and P3 main panels. So, not here and not there. And that is actually correct according to the real Boeing 737-900ER. Now, talking about the differences in operation then, the auxiliary fuel system has 7 additional switches in the cockpit. We have the auxiliary fuel transfer switches located up here on the top of the electrical panel, and then we have the auxiliary fuel panel on the top right. Now, let me explain to you how the auxiliary fuel system actually works then. Basically, we have the 2 extra tanks, and the fuel from the extra tanks is pumped into the center tank by the simple force of the pressure inside the airplane. So there is no pumps installed in the auxiliary fuel system. There is no fuel pumps down there. But what you have here, the auxiliary fuel transfer switches, when they are in the auto position, there is an additional computer installed in the front cargo hold of the airplane. And that computer is simply going to open some of the valves, and then the pressure of the cabin air. So the cabin pressure itself is going to push that fuel from the aux tanks into the center tank. And basically when those switches here are in the auto position, then this happens automatically. You cannot manually force that to happen, so you only have an auto and an off position. Now, some pilots do tend to manage the auxiliary fuel system themselves by turning the pumps into the auto position only when they want to pump some fuel. However, that is expressively not recommended by the manufacturer of the auxiliary fuel system. And the reason for that is, since the fuel is located in the front and aft cargo hold, you want to be very careful that it is not simply shifting your center of gravity, since you basically have several tons of weight in the cargo holds that are shifted around the airplane when you pump that auxiliary fuel. So, operation of the system, fairly easy. Simply leave the switches in the auto position, and that's going to be it. Now, as I said, the system is using the cabin pressure in order to move the fuel around. And obviously, as you can already imagine, this can cause issues if your airplane is depressurized. So, either after you had a rapid decompression, or if for whatever reason, mostly maintenance, you are doing a flight in unpressurized conditions. And for this, we have the system up here. On the auxiliary fuel panel, we can basically force the system with these 2 switches up here to use bleed air rather than the cabin pressure in order to move the fuel. So if you flick these switches from the off into the override position, then the airplane is going to use bleed air from the engines rather than cabin pressure to move the fuel around. Those switches are not touched in normal operation, they remain in the off position, and the only moment you would actually put them into override is when a non-normal checklist directs you to do that. The same goes for the guarded ground transfer switch over here. Only use that when you're an engineer and directed to do so by a procedure. You don't touch the switch as a pilot. Alright, so that's the auxiliary fuel system. To summarize that one, operation of the system is fully automatic. You don't have to do anything as the pilot except to make sure that the fuel is actually loaded. Oh, and let's release those passengers. An hour and 44 into the flight. Oopsie. So, operation of the system is fully automatic. You don't have to do anything as the pilot except to verify that fuel is actually loaded in the aux tanks. Now this becomes particularly important when you have an airplane that does not have the fuel totalizer gauge installed. So if we just have a look into this once more, and we go into the display settings down here, and fuel total display no. The conventional fuel display is not going to give you an indication of the fuel in the auxiliary tanks. If you have this configuration, the only source of knowing how much fuel you have on board, including the aux tanks, is the fuel quantity indication in the FMC. So be careful when you are operating in this condition. The good news, however, is that I'm not aware of a single 900ER operator that would not have the fuel totalizer display installed on the upper display unit. So what we just discussed is a pretty theoretical problem and not an actual problem that you would encounter in real life. However, since flight simmers do tend to vary their airplane configurations around, I thought it might be a good idea to actually mention this to happen. Okay then, let's talk about a couple additional systems. But before I do that, I'm quickly going to grab a drink, so bear with me for 30 seconds, I'll be straight back. Alright, and I am back. So, let's go ahead and talk about the next couple of things that we need to consider when flying the 737-900. And we are in the air for 2 hours and 6 minutes already. And as a general rule of thumb, you can expect a step climb about every 2 to 3 hours into the flight. So we are 2 hours into the flight, so let's have a look right now. And let's talk a little bit about how to decide if we want to do a step climb or not. Having a look down here into the Econ Cruise page, we can see that the 737 tells us the optimum flight level, the maximum flight level, and of course the current cruising altitude. And up here we have a step field. Now, there is a couple different philosophies on how step climbs are actually handled, and we'll start to talk about the philosophy that we mostly use in my airline. And in my airline we barely use the step climb field up here. Mostly what we do is this: we look at the optimum altitude field, and as soon as the optimum equals the new cruising level, we do the step climb, provided that the wind conditions at the new level are actually not worse than at the old level. So how do we know that then? Well, time to have a look into the operational flight plan once more. So let's get out Sim Toolkit Pro, where I have my SimBrief flight plan opened, and have a look into the flight plan once again. Now, we've got to pick a waypoint from the wind information block that we have over here. And pretty much any flight plan layout is going to have wind information block. Now, it may look different in different layouts. This is the Ryanair layout that you see over here. So let's have a look into the next waypoint, which is going to be Sierra Golf Foxtrot. And looking into Sierra Golf Foxtrot up here, we can see that the wind at flight level 330 and the wind at flight level 350 are pretty much equal. In other words, looking back into the cruise page, once the optimum altitude reaches 350 in my airline, we would go ahead and do the step climb to that level. Now that is one philosophy of how to do it. Let's talk about the other philosophy, which is the actual Boeing philosophy. So, here's how Boeing does things. And Boeing basically says that you should do the step climb when the FMC tells you to do it. Now, here's the thing, however. In the modern Boeings, like the 777 or the 747, basically in all the long-haul Boeings, what happens is the following. And first of all, I see a couple people in the comments saying the stream would be a little bit laggy, especially the sound. Standby 1. Could you tell me how the sound is right now? Am I understandable well, or is there any problems with the live stream at the moment? Because when I check my... Okay, because when I check my settings, it seems that everything looks fine as well. Okay. People say it's good either way. Well, thank you very much. In that case, let's continue the flight and let's continue with the explanation. And of course I turned the time acceleration on while the airplane's been on a little descent from a bit of turbulence there, but well, doesn't matter. Okay, so let's continue the explanation. Looking into the FMC, once the optimum is closest to the cruise level, the FMC is going to recommend the step climb. We have to enter the step altitude manually, so we have to put 350 up here into the step window. Now it takes a small moment to calculate. Here we go. And it tells us the step point is now, because the optimum is closest to the step altitude now. And within the maximum. Now that is the easy way how to look at this. However, that's a problem. In the real 737, this actually works a little bit different than in the PMDG. In the PMDG, the modern FMC logic has been adopted from the long-haul aircraft. The real 737 would simply tell you step point now as soon as the step altitude is equal to or lower than the max altitude, regardless of the optimum. Which is the reason why we do things in my airline the way I explained it earlier on. Now, let's have a look into the flight crew training manual. The flight crew training manual says that flight plans not constrained by short trip distance are typically based on conducting the cruise portion of the flight close to optimum altitude. Since the optimum altitude increases as fuel is consumed during the flight, it is necessary to climb to a higher cruise altitude periodically to achieve the flight plan fuel burn. This technique, referred to as step climb cruise, is typically accomplished by entering an appropriate step climb value in the FMC according to the available cruise levels. For most flights, one or more step climbs may be required before reaching the top of descent. It may be especially advantageous to request an initial cruising altitude above optimum if altitude changes are difficult to obtain on specific routes. This minimizes the possibility of being held at a low altitude and high fuel consumption condition for long periods of time. The requested accepted initial cruise altitude should be compared to the thrust limited or maneuver margin limited altitudes, which is basically the maximum that you can see up here. Remember, a cruise thrust limited altitude is dependent upon the cruise level temperature. If the cruise level temperature increases above the chart value for gross weight, maximum cruise thrust will not maintain the desired cruising speed. Optimum step points are a function of the route length, flight conditions, speed mode, present airplane altitude, step to altitude and gross weight. The FMC does not compute an optimum step point. The crew must enter a step altitude, and the FMC then computes the estimated time at that waypoint and the distance to the step climb point based upon gross weight. A fuel saving or penalty to destination is computed assuming the step climb is performed. Initiate the cruise climb to the new altitude as close as practicable to the step climb point. So, basically, what does all of that mean? We can see it down here. The saving, if we do the step climb to flight level 350, is going to be a 1.1%. The optimum is now 343, and the step point is indicated as now. So basically, we can go ahead and start our step climb. So, let's take the airplane out of time acceleration for a second. And we have master caution fuel, because the center tank is empty by now. Let's turn those fuel pumps off. So, we can now go ahead and do the step climb. So how is the step climb technically performed then in the 737? Well, that is quite easy. First of all, dial in the new altitude on the MCP after you've got an ATC clearance, of course. So flight level 350. Now there's two ways of initiating the step climb. The newly selected cruise level is going to appear in the scratch pad in the FMC. Simply put it in on the cruise alt, execute that, and the plane is going to start the climb. However, that is not how we do it in real life most of the time. In real life, what we do is you enter the new altitude, press altitude intervent, and that is going to put the airplane into VNAV speed, and it will automatically update the cruising altitude in the FMC. Note that an econ prompt has appeared down here, because what the 737 does, and this is new in the Microsoft Flight Simulator version, it will take over the target Mach number only. But if you go back in the econ and execute this, then it might adjust that Mach number for the new cruising level. So basically, chances are the plane is going to take the Mach number that you had at the lower level, and it is going to maintain that for the climb. So if you want to go back to the most economic cruise, you also have to put the airplane back in econ mode from the previously selected Mach number. And that is something that is unique to the 737 to my knowledge, and something that the long-haul Boeings are not going to do. We have one to go. Another thing that you need to do is to adjust the cruising altitude up here on the cabin pressurization panel to the new altitude. And this is the next topic I want to talk about as soon as we have reached our new cruising altitude. And that is the everlasting debate between pilots if you should select the highest expected cruising altitude on the flight alt panel, or if you should select the expected cruising altitude that you are first going to use. Okay. Anyway, let's take a short moment while we climb up to the new level to answer a couple of your questions. And I actually see quite a lot of them down there, so if you have any questions, then now is a very good moment to ask them, and thereafter we'll continue with the explanation. So, first of all, Lauren, do you use FS Realistic for the turbulence effect? No, FS Realistic is currently disabled. Then Brent is asking, does the 900 have more powerful engines than the 800? The answer is yes. The 900 has 27k engines installed as default, without a thrust bump option. In the 800s, you by default have 26k engines installed, which have a 27k bump option. Then Bootwin, you activated the center pumps on takeoff, but your center tank had more than 453 liters, is that correct? Is this possible in the 900 on takeoff? Well, first of all, it's 453 kilos, or 1,000 pounds. Then, basically, you use the center pumps on takeoff whenever there is more than 453 kilos or 1,000 pounds of fuel in the center tank. And only if there is less fuel than that in the center tank, you would leave the pumps off for takeoff and then engage the pumps in flight when passing 10,000 feet. The reason you do this is because as you go over some bumps on the runway, if there is less than 1,000 pounds or 453 kilos of fuel in the center tank, then you might get the low pressure lights to flicker, which might cause a master caution. And keep in mind, below 80 knots you would abort the takeoff for any malfunction, so for any master caution that illuminates. During takeoff you don't have the time to analyze the master caution that you're seeing, so you'll have to take that master caution light as a prompt to reject the takeoff, which of course would be unnecessary because the caution due to that low fuel pressure warning would just be, well, not really a reason to reject, but you don't have time to analyze that during takeoff run, and that is the reason why you simply leave the center pumps off for takeoff with less than 1,000 pounds or 453 kilograms in the center tank. Then, a couple of people asking, when is the 900 going to be released? It will release today, and PMDG set from 1800 UTC onwards. So 1800 UTC has passed since 22 minutes. In other words, the aircraft should come out any moment. However, be aware that since PMDG is situated in the United States, it is my experience that PMDG typically releases a little bit later, so 1800 UTC probably is the earliest time they would expect, but in the past PMDG have usually released at some point between 2000 until midnight UTC. At least that is my experience with past PMDG releases. But as Robert Randazzo has said, it is going to come today, and it could start coming out any moment now. However, please don't run to the PMDG website and press Control F5 all the time to update the page now, because all that's going to happen with it is that it's simply going to break the website. So you are going to notice once the plane is out. No worries about that. Then Metal Eye. First of all, hello, nice to have you here. When to turn on the aux tanks? Before engine start? Are they off or always auto for my cold and dark state? So Metal Eye. Basically the switches are continuously kept in the auto position. The only moment you would switch them off would be when you see an alert light on the auxiliary fuel panel. However, the 900 doesn't even have that panel installed, only the Boeing business jets have it. In other words, in the 900 you can simply always leave them on auto for normal operations. It's only in non-normal operations that you would turn the auxiliary fuel transfer switches off. Okay, then David, what's the deal with the red clock? The deal with that is time acceleration. So, as I said in the beginning of the live stream, I am flying this one with 8 times time acceleration because I want to show you how the 900 is operated in real life, mostly. And what you will find is that the 900 in the United States is mostly used for flying from coast to coast. And obviously we don't want to do a 5 or 6 hour flight in real time on the live stream over here, and that is the reason why I'm using time acceleration for this one. Then, Klaubich, if you have the 737-800, do you need to buy the 900 and will you get any discount? Well, there is not going to be any discount, or at least there was no discount previously announced, let's put it that way. I don't know if any might come or not. However, before the 737-700 was released, PMDG have announced that all the different versions are separate products. You can buy the 900 without having any previous version, and then you're just gonna have the 900, contrary to how they released aircraft on earlier flight simulators. However, this also means that there will be no discount offered if you already have one version and want to get another. At least that was how they announced it when the 700 came out, and I haven't seen any change in policy ever since. Then Mick, do I know if Delta Airlines have aux pumps? I don't know it, however the Delta livery comes with a fully accurate and verified airline configuration, so if you choose one of PMDG's Delta Airlines liveries, then just have a look into the options and then you will see if it has aux pumps installed or not. And Ken LeMay, do I think PMDG will offer some kind of a package price for a purchase for all versions? To be honest, I don't think so. At least in the past they never did. I don't know any internals there, but I don't know they ever did. Then David, do you know if there's an Alaska more to the livery lingering around? Sorry, I don't get the question. By the way, something I just noticed is that we are reaching waypoint Akori, which is the last on the route. Now let us quickly check that. I've put the simulator back in real time, and let's quickly reinsert that standard arrival. It should be the Frox 3 from Balzi. So let's quickly put that in. Also, always remember to delete your stat points if you don't need them anymore. Even after you've executed them, you still need to delete them manually in order to get the top of descent shown again, which is accurate to the real airplane. So let's just quickly put the arrival back in. So, Frox arrival should be from Balzi. Interestingly enough, we don't seem to have that. Okay, that's interesting. Stand by a second. Nav data. We have the current IRAC. In SimBrief we also have the current IRAC, but it seems there is a discrepancy between what we have. Okay, let's check that real quick. Because if I look at the flight plan, then I see over here we should have a Frox 3 arrival from the waypoint Balzi. However, if I look into the airplane, as we can see, we have the current IRAC installed. And in here, at Miami, let's see that once again, we have runway 09, which is what we have on the route as well. Miami 09, Frox 3. And we have ILS, but we only have a Frox 1 arrival. Okay, looks like we need to have a look into the Navigraph charts in order to check exactly what arrival we're supposed to fly. Might be a little discrepancy there between the different navigation data, but that should of course theoretically not happen. Well then, let's check this out. And maybe if we just erase this, do we get a Frox 3? Oh yeah, there are different Frox arrivals, but no Frox 3, only Frox 1. Okay. Do we have any viewer from the Miami area who is familiar with the airport and can tell me if that is a known problem? Because I do have the latest Navigraph IRAC installed in this, so I would expect stuff to be more or less accurate. Looking into the charts, by the way, there are charts for a Frox 3 arrival, so why do we have a Frox 1 in here then? That does not seem right. That does definitely not seem right. And that should actually go all the way from Akori. let's see what we have down here for those transitions. We have Scurf maybe? No. Because that seems quite different here. Might be an error in the Navigraph IRAC, but anybody of you is familiar and knows, then... Oh, Kevin, thank you very much for the $19.99 donation. Why does the PMDG 737 always capture glide path instead of glide slope when using the ILS? Kevin, you are pressing the approach button before you receive the glide slope. So make sure that a glide slope is actually indicated on your primary flight display before you press the approach button. Otherwise you arm the integrated approach navigation. Okay, so well, if we can't get the correct star selected from the FMS, that means we'll have to type it in manually. And we have definitely found an error with the database then. We'll have to contact Navigraph about that one. In the meantime, do we have any transition on here from anything that would sound familiar? Doesn't look like it. I mean, we have Gawks, we have Sabi. Those are available down here as well. Defun or Hornet maybe? No, neither of the two. Just trying to see if there is anything over here. On it, we don't have that. And we don't have defun either. Looks like everything coming from here is actually missing in the Navigraph database. And Pilot Paul, might it be because I have the ILS-09 selected? Well, we can't deselect a runway, but basically, if we are in the overview page like here, before we have selected the runway, then we should see any arrival. And in here we can see that we have several Frogs 1, but only for different runways. Let's see, if we just select the one for runway 08, for example, then we still don't get anything. No, it's the same. So, you know what? We'll just type it in manually then. Frogs 1, execute, and then we have Frogs in here. So let's see, after Akori, we proceed to Balzi. So, Akori, Balzi, Snappy. Thereafter Nikki. And that must be the first one. Oh, no, 700 miles is definitely too much. That's better, 38 miles. So, Nikki, Bromo. Scurf. And then we go next with the plows up here. And from there we proceed to Matney. Then we go on towards Cleat. And Cleat has a at 280 knots and between level 280 and 210. We cannot manually enter between constraints in the 737. So let's just give it Let's see, that's still quite far in, so let's just give it 210 above. I believe that's going to be the more relevant of the two. Let's see, yeah, it wants to be in 237, so if we just put 210 above, that's going to be the more relevant part. Okay, then from there we proceed to Barben, which is going to be above 150. And then towards number 1, that's Jammers. And Jammers again at 280 and above 110. And then from Jammers to Frogs, which is what we have already. Unable 280, we're gonna fix that in a moment. Okay, execute that. And that was an interesting one. But well, that happens. In the meantime, question from Alois. Do I know if the BBJ3 will be available in the future? I don't think it will. PMDG did not announce any intention to do one, so I don't think it will be. And it says unable 280 knots at cleat. That is because the econ speed was 261 and it cannot accelerate in a VNAV descent profile. So I've changed the target speed to 280 and now we don't get that message anymore. Okay, so let's have a quick look into the route that we just entered to make sure we didn't put any bullshit in. So this is all the star already. And that looks good to me. Okay, we can join this one up. Perfect. I'm happy with this. Okay, so for once we had to type a star manually again. Doesn't happen too often, but then again, it does happen from time to time. In real life as well. For example, when approaching Frankfurt, we always had to type the arrivals in manually. So, that stuff happens. And jump shot 244, wasn't Klaus above level 340? Yes, you're right. Did I forget to put that in? I might actually have forgotten to put that in. Oh yeah, Klaus. Says 350 in there, let's put 340 above in manually. Thank you very much, very good spot there. So, Klaus above level 340. And that is in. Perfect. Then, yeah, that should pretty much be the most part of that setup. Okay. Well, we're gonna fly a little bit closer and then we'll do the remainder of the setup in real time anyway. And LV Deegan, CRM even in the simulator, love it. Yeah, exactly, you name it. I mean, that's good, isn't it? And Pedro has just joined as a business class member. Thank you very much, Pedro. You're welcome. Then, Infinite Iron. Is there any cargo, VIP or military variants of the 900s? Well, in real life there is no cargo version of the 737-900. That just doesn't exist to my knowledge. I might be wrong, but I couldn't find anything. There were some plans about creating some, but that's it. Then, VIP version. In real life there is the Boeing Business Jet 3, but PMDG has not simulated that in this package. This package includes the 737-900 and the 737-900ER versions, both in the passenger airline configuration. And there is no military version included either. And Pedro, what is this map add-on, not the Navigraph charts? Pedro, I believe you mean... Moment. This, do you? This is called Sim Toolkit Pro, and it's a really recommendable tool. I can absolutely recommend you to try that out. It is quite similar to Volanta, but it's totally free and does not sell your data. Tycho, is the 900 gear higher than those of the other 737s? FS Dream Team says that you will not get a lifting tuck with a 737, but a tuck with a tow bar instead, because the lifting tuck doesn't fit. Well, honestly, that is bullshit by FS Dream Team. We get lifting tucks in real life all the time on the 737s. And no, the gear has the same height that it has in the, or the gear in the 900 has the same height that it has in the 800s as well. And regarding FS Dream Team saying that you wouldn't get a lifting tuck in the 737, that is just bullshit. We get them all the time in real life, and the simple reason why they don't fit in GSX is because GSX only models a lifting tuck for the largest category of airplane that exists. The number of pushback tucks available is simply very, very limited in GSX. It's a GSX problem, not a 737 problem. Again. By the way, you're going to notice something, that right now our speed is somewhere in the region of Mach 0.8 and very slowly decaying, even though we are flying at 8x time acceleration. This, by the way, is fully realistic. The same would happen in the real Boeing 737, because the airplane aims to keep a constant N1 in order to keep the EGT constant, and thereby it would improve or increase the life of the engine, because you have less thermal changes. The same goes for the speed decreasing below the target speed right now. That again also happens in the real aircraft. So that is the famous "it's not a bug, it's a feature." However, when using time acceleration, we just see this a lot better in my opinion, which is also part of the reason why I wanted to use time acceleration on today's video, to be able to show you guys these kind of things, which you usually would only notice over a long period of time. Alrighty, so then Unique Gamer is asking, can we do long haul with the 900ER? Meaning, can I do my across the land upcoming events from the Middle East to Europe? Yeah, Bahrain to Frankfurt you can definitely do. Long haul is a little bit relative. The 900ER can fly 3,200 nautical miles with a decent payload. And on the way back I'm going to show you what the 900ER can really do, because we'll have quite a bit of headwind on the way back, so it is going to be quite a long flight. And we are going to do a takeoff at the maximum takeoff weight, and I'm going to explain to you the performance options of the aircraft as we come along. Now, for now, yes, you can absolutely use the 900ER on the Cross the Land event. The range of the plane is sufficient for, I believe, most airport combinations that you might see. I'm just about checking myself. Let's say, for example, we start at Dubai and we take it to Frankfurt. That is 2,700 miles. Dubai to London is 3,000 miles. So yes, you can definitely use the 900ER on the Cross the Land. It has sufficient range to do that. Alright, 77 nautical miles from the top of descent. That looks like a good point in time to me to get out our charts once again and start the arrival preparation. So, here we go. We are going to do the ILS approach for runway 9 at Miami. And let's see then. We need a parking bay chart, and we need to check where the real flight actually is going to park. So, here's a little trick what I usually do when I want to know where to park in the simulator. Welcome to Flight Radar 24. And I've just selected the real life version of the flight that I'm currently doing in the simulator. And let's have a look. The guys turned off the transponder. But there's a little trick there. We just select the next flight, which was the return to Seattle. Let's see where they turned the transponder on. Lovely. At the okay, flight rate, I messed that one up. But anyway, we can see we're somewhere down here in the bay. And looking at this seems to be Alaska. Does it? Yeah, well, we know we are gonna park down here in the bay. That's the important thing. So, looking at Sim Toolkit, we're going down here, somewhere into the lower echoes or the lower odd foxtrots. Okay, perfect. So then let's go ahead. What else do we need? We have an airport chart, we have the star chart, we have the ILS chart. That should be perfect. Then for the ILS, 092 on the courses. By the way, a good trick. Some people complain that it takes so long to dial the courses in. What I usually do is... This is what it looks like when I scroll on the knob. But now look at what happens if I keep the left mouse held and then scroll on it. And see how quickly you can change the knobs with that. That is my little trick on how to change the values of those knobs quickly. Then on the multimode receiver, ILS frequency 110.9 and 110.9. That can go active. And then for the missed approach we need Virginia Keys 17.1 and 1171. ILS goes active 1171. Okay, minimums 208. And let's start dialing. This is something PMDG really still needs to improve. The minimum selector is so much easier to use on the real aircraft than it is on the simulated one. But I hope that they are going to do something about it in a future version. Note that I said I hope because I don't know. I hope. Okay, so 208, that looks good to me. And finally, let's also get some weather data. 080 at 11, gusting 20, 10 sea miles, 26 degrees, altimeter 3024. And here we go. Okay, perfect. So, that's all we need. And the elevation is 8. So we put 0 up there in the pressure. Okay then, descent page 250 below 10,000. Forecast page, we'll just request it. 3024 on the QNH with 11 degrees of ISA deviation. Landing runway is gonna be 09, and we'll take a 105-mile ring, a 10-mile ring, and a 4-mile ring. Okay, load the uplink. Thank you, execute, and that's it. Alright, with that we are basically fully set up to conduct the approach. The last thing we need to check on is the landing run available and the corresponding flap and auto brake setting we want to use. We have a very long runway, 3,967 meters or 13,016 feet. We want to go up here, we said, so we are going to vacate the runway rather early, or rather late, so somewhere at Yankee 7 or at Uniform. Uniform looks good to me, so that is easily 2,000 meters available. So for the landing distances in the 737NG family, and also in the MAX by the way, you can basically say flaps 30 auto brake 3 gives you something in the region 1900, 1800 meters. Flaps 40 uses about 100 meters less runway, and for the auto brake settings, it's basically 300 meters more per lower setting. So if you start with auto brake max, you have 1500 meters. Then you have 1800 with auto brake 3, 2100 auto brakes 2, 2400 auto brakes 1. That is roughly what you can say what the airplane needs. Okay, so we are going to burn 1,200 pounds, which is a landing weight of 150.5. And we're gonna do a flap 30 approach with auto brakes 3. And that's it. That's all we need for the approach preparation. And Coyote, do I think I can land this bad boy at Jackson Hole Airport? Yes, absolutely. Landing the thing is not the problem. Getting it out of there again, that is the problem. You'll probably not be able to get the plane out of Jackson Hole at max takeoff weight, but for, you know, the 2-hour, 3-hour flight, I believe it should be possible. Okay, so that looks pretty good to me. Oh boy. Someone's joined there in the chat with the username Robert Randazzo. Hey Emmy, I left my wallet in the side pocket there. You mind bringing that back to base with you later? Where is that wallet, Rob? Where is that wallet? I'm gonna search it for you. But you know that taxi services are gonna be expensive, do you? So, well, Washington dollars, that is, isn't it? Well, the plan is to take the plane back to Seattle, but after that we can surely bring it to Washington. That's not gonna be an issue. The question only is if we can do that in today's live stream, or if we're gonna do that another day. Alrighty, so we're pretty much set up for the arrival. Let's go ahead and do the descent checklist. And we have pressurization, landing altitude 0, NEIs off, approach briefing fuel, discussed, IS and outbox, checked and set, and that's the descent checklist complete. And Raptor says, must be something with my navigation data. You have the Frogs 3 in the 800 for Miami arrivals. That's interesting. I'm gonna check in the 800 as well after the live stream. Alright, I'll take a quick 1-minute break, and then I'll be straight back. Alright guys, I'm back. So, sorry for the little delay there. I had to do a little checking. So let's do something for you here. We are currently on the arrival into Miami, and here's the deal. I've just talked to Robert Randazzo, the real guy. By the way, the Robert Randazzo in the chat under the video down here is the real Robert Randazzo. I needed to verify this. The chances for somebody trolling here is too high, but he is the real Robert Randazzo. And here's the good news. We can actually do a giveaway on the 737-900. So there will be 2 copies of the 737-900 to be given away. Okay. So we'll do the first one on our arrival in Miami, and we'll do the second one on our arrival back in Seattle. And here's the challenge. I'm going to try to land the plane as good as possible. Now, here's what we'll do. We'll do a little challenge over here, and the one of you who gets closest to guessing my landing rate in Miami is going to win a copy of the 900ER. So, after landing, and I'm saying only after landing, write your guess for the landing rate into the chat under the live stream, and the one of you who is closest is going to win a free copy. There will be 1 copy given away on the landing in Miami, and a second copy given away on the landing back in Seattle. Now, I see you guys start writing your guesses there. Do it only after landing, okay? It doesn't count if you do it now. It doesn't count if you do it now. Do it after landing. Alrighty, so, then, my promise is, I'll do the landing, let's call it as correct as possible. I'll do my very best to do the best possible landing. Be aware, the best possible does not mean the smoothest possible. It means exactly what the Boeing flight crew training manual says. And this is going to be what this game is going to be about. Okay, so, then, I spent so much time thinking about that little guessing game, and verifying that the Robert Randazzo in the chat is actually the real Robert Randazzo, that we are now 1,500 feet high on profile. We've already passed the first 280 knot limitation, so we can't accelerate anymore, so yeah, the speed brake is the way down. The good news is the 737-900 decelerates better than the 737-800, so this is actually going to be quite a bit easier to get this thing down than it used to be in the 737-800. So makes our life a little bit easier, doesn't it? Okay, so we'll use the speed brake to get the plane back down. We can also see there are fasten our seatbelts already. Also, let's get that head-up display out. And if we're about to use the head-up display, then we also need to do a little bit further settings. So we just gotta get out our approach chart once more and set up the heads-up display. So, the first thing we need is going to be the landing elevation. So here it is. I'm gonna put it into primary mode, A3 armed. Then elevation. We take it from here, touchdown zone elevation 8 feet. Enter. And then we go in there again and enter the length of the landing runway. And that one we get from the airport chart, and that is 13,016. Enter that, and now the heads-up display is prepared for our arrival as well. Okay, set altimeter 3024. And we're passing 17,300, descending 10,000, no flags, stand by altimeter set. Okay, back on profile. By the way, guys, don't just run away after our landing in Miami, because on the way back we'll have Robert Randazzo live on here on the live stream, and we'll have a little chat with him directly on the return flight back to Seattle. Would there be any better way to spend those 6 hours flight time? Brian, do we have to transfer the files to get the PMDG style mouse controls in the 900? To be honest, I don't know, because that mouse control is just something that I'm not so 100% familiar with, as I don't use it. Sorry. Okay, then let's get our target altitude all the way down. Here's another cool thing. In my airline, we don't set the MCP altitude down before passing the next waypoint. However, a lot of US operators just set it down just like you would in an Airbus, and then simply trust the VNAV mode to abide all those restrictions up here. But, so that is what we'll do as well. That's going to make our life easiest. Alright, 5 hours into the flight. 5,600 pounds of fuel left. And just look at that fuel used number down here. 16,000 on both sides. Now, to me, somebody who is so used to flying on kilograms, that just looks totally strange in the 737. That just looks so strange. Okay, so approaching 10,000 feet, let's put those pulse lights back on. So landing lights back into the pulse position, and what this is going to do, let's have a look into the front once more, And you can see the lights flashing left, right, and so on. And this helps to scare birds away from the airplane. It makes the airplane better visible for birds, and therefore reduces the risk of bird strike. Now, this is a huge thing for Alaska Airlines, whom we're currently flying for, because especially the area around Seattle and of course Alaska itself are really areas with a huge bird concentration. So keep that in mind as we're flying, as keep that in mind as we're flying along. And this is again something that I haven't used in any 800 yet. However, I'm sure the Alaska 800s would have that as well. Okay, passing 9,600, descending 3,000. Let's do the 10 tricks. Fuel is almost balanced. It's it's a 200 pound imbalance, but that is totally fine after such a long flight. You can see how the left engine has a different fuel usage than the right engine, so that is totally acceptable. The lights are on, angle of bank 25, air condition and pressurization 2.6, descending and set. Fast mode's on, recall checked, and 1 to 1.5 deselected, 10 checks complete. Okay, just fiddling around a little bit with the heads-up display, because I'm not too familiar with it yet. Basically, I wanted to stay in this particular configuration that we have it in right now for the entire approach and landing, and I don't want it to go into the A3 mode. But I guess I'll have to change that as soon as we receive the ILS, because we are currently a little bit far out. But at the horizon, we can slowly see Miami coming into view. Now, I only wish I had those 26 degrees that they have in Miami right now over here where I live as well, because where I live it's currently 0 degrees centigrade. Okay, we start receiving an ILS identifier, so let's go ahead and do a frisk check. Frequencies 110.9, active nav 1, active nav 2, rings around runway 09, 10 miles 4 miles, idents India Bravo Uniform Lima, India Bravo Uniform Lima, and we can quickly confirm that one with the approach chart as well. So let's have a quick look, and in here we can see India Bravo Uniform Lima. Then these temper instruments are set and the course is 092. Approach checklist please. Altimeters and instruments, set and cross-checked, approach aids, checked and set, approach checklist complete. Alright, for all of those who just joined, we have a giveaway going of the 737-900, and since we are just about joining the final approach, let me explain that once again. The game is going to be, once we touch down, and only once we touch down, I want you guys to guess the touchdown rate that we have. Once again, only once we touch down. Do not post it before, it's not going to count. So, after we touch down, please post the landing rate that you think I have had. We are going to use SimToolkit Pro after the landing to check for the actual landing rate. And whoever gets closest is going to win a free copy of the PMDG Boeing 737-900 and 900ER. And Metal Eye, exactly as you says, the one to post it first is going to win it. But I am going to monitor when you guys are posting it. So anything posted before the landing is not going to count. Okay, let's help the plane a little bit slowing down because we are currently a little bit fast. Flaps 1. Approach armed. Localizer capture. Runway heading 092. Glide stop capture. 3000 feet for the missed approach set. And flaps 5. Okay, we're currently a little bit fast here, but you guys are now going to see how well the 737-900 decelerates. So, in an 800, if we were at this position, like 8 miles from the runway, 210 knots indicated, this would be almost impossible to slow the airplane down in time. In the 900, I bet we are going to be able to make it without having to go around on this. So we're now like 6.5 miles out, 190 knots ground speed. That is actually not too bad. Flaps 10. And here we go. Speed comes down nicely. Speed brake up. Sorry, speed brake down detent, of course. And speed brake armed. Okay, landing clearance is received, landing lights go on, start switches remain in the auto position, recall checked, speed brake armed, green light, holding at the landing gear. Quite a bit of turbulence we're seeing here. Okay, gear down, flap 15. Landing checklist. Start switches, auto, recall, checked, speed brake, armed, green light, landing gear down 3 green, auto brake 3 set. Flaps 30, set VRF plus 5. And we have a couple gusts here, let's make it VRF plus 10. So 155. Okay, flaps 30, 30, green light, landing lights on, landing checks complete. And disconnecting the automatics. The real plane sometimes acts up in turbulence as well. You've got to be prepared to disconnect the autopilot when it doesn't do what you want it to do. Okay, auto throttle off. Then let's help the thing a little bit to get down. Okay, so remember, in order to win a free copy, after we touch down, you've got to guess the touchdown rate. Whoever gets closest is going to win a copy. 1 copy here, and 1 copy when we're back in Seattle.
Approaching minimums.
Checked.
Minimums.
Continue. And we'll go visual.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
So we have the speed brake up, thrust reverse normal. .100 knots. Manual brakes. Auto brake disarm. That was not the very best of my landings. I'm so not used to fly with that heads-up display. Anyway, runway is vacated. So, then, let's have a look. Sim Toolkit Pro. The touchdown rate is 211. 211. Then, let's see. This is a lot of messages to scroll through. Okay, scroll. I quickly have to stop my airplane, otherwise we are not going to be able to read all those messages. So, let me quickly change what you guys are seeing on my screen. Because I want you to see this. So, going through all the different comments over here. Man, the top chat does not even include the latest information anymore, so we actually gotta go directly to YouTube to see it. Okay, so I'm searching. Did somebody post 211 straight away? Going through the numbers right here, from the top to the bottom. We have somebody. Unified Memory says 211. And that is the very first time I actually see 211 mentioned. Is it? Is it? Let's check that once again. There is a 212 up there. But I'm afraid it is 211. Yeah, Unified Memory, 211. That's it. So, congratulations, Unified Memory. You have actually won that one. So, Unified Memory, please do send me a message using the email address, or you can send me a message in the Discord as well. I will need some sort of a proof that it's actually you, because I'm sure that I'm going to get several different messages from several people, all claiming who are you. So just post me some screenshot where I can actually verify that it's actually you who's contacting me, and then I'm going to get you the copy of the 737-900 as soon as it is out. Right, in the meantime, we're gonna get our airplane over to the parking stand, and once we're on stand, we're going to do a very quick preparation to get the plane back into the air for the flight over to Seattle again. And on the flight over to Seattle, we'll have a live chat with Robert Randazzo here on the channel, talking about all things PMDG and what I'm doing as a tester to annoy him the most. Okay, for now, we've got to put the airplane onto Echo. What did we actually say where we wanted to go? Now I kind of lost it. Where did we say we wanted to park? Echo and something, didn't we? So let's quickly have a look into the charts once more. So we've just crossed the runway. We are currently on. Oh, we are not even beyond the runway. We've got to keep rolling. So down here it says, can't read it. It looks like uniform. Okay, we're in uniform. So we've got to go straight ahead and then into the apron on Echo 8. Metal Eye said that one earlier on. Okay, so time to clean the airplane up. APU on, probe heat off, and then GSX, you may prepare parking. Gate Echo 8. Follow me, no thanks. Handling by port. Okay, that looks good. So, lights can go off already. And the way I see it, we go slightly to the right and then to the left into the gate. That looks quite good to me. Okay, then we have 2 blue, 1 red, engine's dead. That is engine 1 and 2 below 20%. Shut down, transit shutdown checklist. Electrical on APU, fast melts off, probe heat auto, NTI is off, voice recorder on, air complex auto, engine bleeds on, APU bleed on, exterior light set, start switch is auto brakes off, speed brake down attend, flaps up no light, parking brake set, start levers cut off, weather radar off, transponder 2000 standby, CVRCB in, cockpit door unlocked. Shutdown checklist complete. Okay, so then let's get that jetway. Okay, so request ground power and request the air conditioning unit. So whenever you connect an external air conditioning unit to the 737NG, be sure to turn those packs off, because the air conditioning is actually inserted downstream of the packs in the system. So be sure to turn them off, otherwise the air can back pressure into the system and damage the air conditioning packs. And we have ground power as well. APU can go off. Alright, perfect. That is the first flight of the 2 completed. Then, let's very quickly go ahead and plan the return flight, which I basically did already, so it's not gonna take very long. Then, Flighterer, would you use FS2 crew on a stream? Well, not on this one, maybe on another one. And Simulation Station, that's a great one. I propose that you alternate indefinitely between Seattle and Miami, giving away 737-900s until it's released. Boy, that is a great one. That is a great one. Okay. Anyway, that is not going to be a great one for now, because for now we are going to plan our flight back towards Seattle. But before we do that, let's have a quick look into the landing analysis using Sim Toolkit Pro once again. It wasn't the best of my landings, I totally have to admit that, but then again, I usually land with about 189 people on board and not with like, was it 700? I believe it was. Okay, so let's view the full landing report, and we've got 211 feet a minute over there. So, here we are, slightly to the left of the center line, slightly in front of the aiming point. I have a feeling if I had just flared a tiny bit stronger, we would have gotten the airplane directly on the aiming point. But it's fair enough, it gets us where we wanted to go. So let's go right back with a return flight, and we're gonna load the latest SimRe flight plan for that once more. Let's go and fly now, and this time we are actually going to use almost 46,000 pounds of fuel. So this is going to be a 6-hour and 1-minute flight from Miami towards Seattle. Flight number, interestingly enough, is the same, but I've seen that in the US quite a bit. So weather over in Seattle is a little bit rainy, but apart from that, a little bit gusty as well. So how about we just take like 1,000 pounds extra? That gives us 15 minutes of extra fuel, or a missed approach and a second approach. So we are going to use, they say 45.4, make that 46.5. That should be a good amount of fuel for the way back home. So, I said 46,500. And then of course we need to have a careful look at our payload once again. Oh, and for a very quick second, just to let you know, guys, I just banned somebody in the comments down there who put adverts on pirating flight sim software. That is absolutely not acceptable, and that guy is banned now. Alright, so let's go ahead then with the return flight. So, we have 142.3 as the zero fuel weight, which means we gotta unload some 3,000 pounds of cargo. Now all we've got to worry about is to actually get that... Oh yeah, we took extra fuel, that was a problem. So, here we go, straight away into the problems flying the 900 on the long sectors. I told you earlier on that the plane has a range of 3,200 nautical miles, but you can't do that at the maximum weight. So let's have a look into the weight problem right here, because I just ran straight into it, making my fuel decision without actually thinking. Because in our operation it's usually not a problem that we exceed the maximum weights. But here we go. So, here's the problem. With the 737-900, when you're close to the maximum takeoff weight, you are going to have limits on the maximum payload that you can carry. So in our case, let's have a look at what that means right here. We have our zero fuel weight planned at 142.3, and with the fuel we need, with the minimum fuel, that gives us a takeoff weight of 187.2, and the maximum is 187.7. So I said that due to the gust 25 in the winds down there in Seattle, I wanted to take 1,000 pounds extra. But if you look at that, we can't do it, because then we'll exceed the maximum takeoff weight. In other words, we can only take 500 pounds of extra fuel there, which I am going to take. So it's going to be 46,000 pounds of fuel that we'll take on this flight. And if we now take the payload that we are supposed to carry, 142.3, then let's take 200 more over here in the back. Then we are now right at the maximum takeoff weight of the airplane. Now, you'll say, wait a moment, you show 100 pounds too much here. Be aware, the maximum ramp weight is more than the maximum takeoff weight, because we are going to burn the taxi fuel. So those 100 pounds that we have too many here, we'll burn that during taxi. But that is pretty much it. So, the weather wasn't that bad. Would have been nice to take a bit extra, but we didn't need to. Like, if we look at this, the wind is cross from 2100 onwards, gusting at 25. So that will happen, but that's within limits. So, also look at our alternate Portland, which shows good weather, so we don't need that extra fuel. It's a nice to have, but it's not necessary. So let's actually take it like we have it now. Then, we are now in Miami, and I want a flight plan request, please, towards Seattle. Select that, and we will once again be the Alaska 305, which is the flight number used by Alaska Airlines for both flights. So for the flight from Seattle to Miami and for the return to Seattle, they use the same flight number. Something that here in Europe we are not so familiar with, but in the US that actually happens a lot. So it's nothing surprising that we see here. Okay, route uplink loading takes a while because it is a very long route, and here we go. So departure runway 8 right, and we are going to follow the Hurricane 3 departure, and once again in here it says Hurricane 2, so that definitely seems to be a problem with the nav data, but well, we'll have a look into that later on. And for the landing runway, let's take 16 center for now, and we have the Chin 5 arrival, which in here is Chin 4. Interesting. So that's I've got to check my nav data. Maybe I made a maybe I messed it up when I copied the data, because Navigraph is going to update their file or their program for the nav data in the 737 only after the 900 is released. Before that, you actually need to copy the files manually. Maybe I messed up on that. Maybe that is the reason we have the nav data problems. That could very well be. Okay, so, they're basically all set up now. We are going to do a 27k takeoff once again, because we will be right at the maximum takeoff weight of the plane. So, let's see that. Using a flap 5 takeoff, we have speeds 159, 162, 169. That is what I call some takeoff speeds. So, 169. Let's dial that in. And somebody's telling there, please tell me you're going to use time acceleration on the way back. Yes, we will. We will be using 8x. I guesstimate the flight time somewhere around an hour and a half or so. Okay, there we go. So that's the most important part of the setup completed there. And let's go ahead and quickly do the flight deck scans. So refueling is complete, the belts can go on, and perfect, they got the doors closed already, so they are already prepared. That's what I call fast. What's the landing elevation again in Seattle? Quick trick here from the real 737. go to the runway waypoint, subtract 50 feet, and then you have the landing field elevation. So 430. In other words, we put 450 up here. Okay, 450. Perfect, that's it. Left ignition, and the flight directors go. Come on. Flight directors go on. We'll find some charts in a moment, and look at those numbers. Now they're gone, finally. Okay. Don't need any of those VORs, it's going to be an on-off departure. And that looks like we are ready with the setup. MFRA gonna be 1040, and the QNH, or the altimeter setting, is now 3022. And that's it. 5 hours and 12 done. Let's get rid of those. And the next one is gonna be 6 hours. Okay. Start the APU, and we can do the transit before start checklist. Gear pins. 1 to 3 removed. Oxygen, test 100%. Yaw damper on. Fuel. So we need 45 point... What did we say? 45.4. We have 46.1 on board with 6 pumps on. Cabin utility IFE on, emergency exit lights armed, fasten belts on, window heat on, aircon and press, packs off, bleeds on set, pressurization mode selector, auto, instruments, thrust checked, auto brakes, RTO, speed brake, down detent. What's that? Master caution doors, the overwing exits again. Just put the thrust levers forward once again, and the indication vanishes again. That is the leftover of the early life of the 737NG that PMDG programmed way back in FSX times, but that's long been fixed on the real plane. But it's nice to have these little gimmicks out there. Oh. APU is on, starting the timer. After 2 minutes we can put the APU bleed on, and then they can remove the air conditioning unit. But for now, let's continue with the checklist. So, speed brake down return, parking brake set, start from cutout switch is normal, wheel well fire warning checked, radius, radar and transponder, set standby, rudder and aileron trims, 3 and 0, takeoff briefing, discussed, PA, complete, FMC CDU, set, M on an IS box, we have auto, full 27k, speeds 59, 62, 69, set. Step trim, 5.8 set, performance weight balance, sign send, phones off, EFB, airplane mode stowed, flight of windows and cockpit door locked, doors closed, passengers seated, before start checks complete down to the line. Okay, let's quickly talk about what we are going to do now, and about the very short version of the takeoff briefing. So, for that we are going to use the Navigraph charts once again, because they are just so easy to use. So, Miami to Seattle, that looks like what we're about to fly. And we need this one as well. So, we're on Echo 8, pushback somewhere down here, I guess. I don't know if GSX is going to pull us forward to the engine start points, probably not. And then we'll taxi via Papa, north via Whiskey, and then left onto Mike. And that is going to take us all the way to the holding point runway 8 right. The departure is the Hurricane 3 departure, we have that on the chart up here. Initial altitude, 5,000 feet, so assuming we have ATC clearance, let's set 5,000 feet. And then for the routing, this takes us, here we go, straight at 520 feet, then to sea salt. Left to Deals, Liv, Nibbled, Jones, and Jones at 5,000. Wow, that gotta be like 50 miles to Jones, and down there it's 5,000 still? Unbelievable. And interestingly enough, my FMC's got Jones at a much higher altitude. And also with a vector lag before that, we're going to remove this. But this gotta be because this is a newer procedure, so... Yeah, well, we've got to change that altitude at Jones to 5,000 then. But I'm fairly sure that ATC is going to give us an early climb. So, that's in. And of course we're going to get a warning now that the airplane will be unable to make the 16,000 above here within 10 miles. But we are going to get we're going to remove this anyway. Anyway, from there we'll continue by Hurricane. Phew. And this is slightly different, but that is fine enough for me. We have a slightly older version of the departure here in the FMC, but since we are flying offline, I'm happy to accept that as it is right now. And we are just going to leave it like that. Okay, so that is pretty much our departure preparation done. Then let's get GSX to start preparing our pushback.
Ground services are not available.
This parking is isolated. Ground services are not available. Well, how exactly is that isolated, GSX? No comment. What a piece of crappy software. But in that case, can't I even kill it? Unbelievable. Well, we are going to use the PMDG pushback then. And I'm going to embarrass myself once again by going for the self-drive. So, let's remove all the ground equipment then. Jetway can go, air conditioning can go. We're on the APU, so the ground power can go. The doors are closed. And looking outside, they just need to take away the air conditioning unit, and then we should be ready to go. So, certainly shouldn't take much longer. Almost there, I promise. No worries, guys, I'm just joking. We'll be good to go in a moment. Very nice. So, they're gone. Then let's connect the tuck. Okay, this is going to be embarrassing now. Me driving the pushback tuck. Okay, anyway, before start checklist below the line. Air compacts off, anti-collision light on, park and brake set, transponder alt off. Before start checks complete. Park and brake released. Then let's give it a go. Looks like I need to change my channel name. 737 NG driver becomes 737 pushback tuck driver. But here we go. The good news, however, is that at least I can pull myself forward to the engine start points. Or the tuck release points, however you want to call them in the US. I'm really only familiar with the European terms there. Sorry for that, my apologies. Okay, let's try to steer that thing into a turn without breaking the nose wheel if we can. You see this little red line down here on the nose gear doors? That is basically where you must not steer the tuck over, otherwise you are going to break the nose wheel. This is like the line that you can put it towards. Okay, then let's pull it forward to the release point, and we'll aim for release point 17 over here. Okay, don't break it, let's not go too far, but this looks quite good indeed. Okay. Going forward is certainly a lot easier than going backwards for me. Okay, then we clear the apron area, start engine number 2. And here we go. Not perfect, but better than any GSX pushback would probably have been. Okay, brake set, the tug can be removed. And let's change the pushback style as well. Perfect. So, start a cutout, monitor 2. And we have master caution air conditioning. That's got to be the dual bleed light. Okay. So, let's isolate a pack. Now the right engine is feeding the right pack, which means that we have air conditioning going already, while the APU bleed is still available to start engine number 1. So the right system is isolated from the left side now because I closed the isolation valve. Okay, start engine number 1. We have N2, all pressure, N1. The valves are operating, illuminating first bright, then they go out. And we have started cutout, monitor 1. Number 1 is stable. Okay, start switches can remain on auto. Oh, and we have a zone temp light up there. And we've got to deal with that in a second. Let's do the rest of the setup first. Flight controls. Well, master caution, air conditioning, zone temp. Okay. Full up, full down. Full left, full right, rudders, left and right. Okay, then stand by 1 second. I'm gonna get the non-normal checklist for the zone temp out. And we are going to read that checklist before we continue with our flight. So let's search for that zone temp light for a second. 2.42. Okay, here we are. So, zone temp non-normal checklist. And we have the zone temperature light associated with it. And that is what we have up here as well, yes. Okay, that's applicable to the 737-800 and 900, so it is for us. Condition: one or more these secure. A zone duct overheat or flight deck temperature control is failed. Temperature selector affected cabin, select cooler temperature. This prevents the trim air modulating valve from returning to an overheat condition. Okay, so let's select the flight deck down a little bit. What is it inserting here? 70 degrees Fahrenheit. That should be okay. Well, okay, trip reset switch pushed. The zone temp light extinguishes if the duct temperature is cooled below limits. Okay, so trip reset switch is the one down here. Push. And the light is extinguished. Okay. Perfect. So, if duct temperature increases rapidly, trim air switch off. Let's see. Supply duct, cont cabin. No, that is stable. Okay, zone temp non-normal checklist complete. It probably just got a little bit too hot for the sensors, and the system wasn't able to cool it properly. Happens from time to time in the real airplane as well. Then you just do the checklist. 99.9% of the cases it's resettable. Okay, before taxi checklist. Generators on, APU off, start switches auto, probe heat on, anti-ice off, air conditioning, packs auto, bleeds on, isolation valve, auto, flaps. Part required, 5 selected, and the green light. Trim, 5.8 units required and set. Start levers, idly turned, flight controls checked, recall checked, before taxi checklist complete. Then, let's go and taxi. Our routing is going to be fairly easy. We are gonna go straight ahead, right Papa, Whiskey, Mike, to the holding point. Okay, brakes off, config. Clear left, clear right. Okay, clear left. And clear right. So, next taxiway to the right. And then all the way towards Mike. Okay, we're on Papa now, and then the next right is gonna be Whiskey and then Mike. I guess we could probably just go straight ahead via Papa as well. That's gonna make our life a little bit easier. Look at this, yeah, Papa all the way to the holding point. No sense going right via Whiskey. Once again, due to the heavy weight of the airplane, look how I'm running my engines at 40% and the airplane barely accelerates to its 30 knot taxi speed. Okay, before takeoff checklist. Down to the line. Config checked, flaps, 5 green light, step trim, 5.8 set. Takeoff briefing. Left C takeoff, runway 08 right, flaps 5, noise abatement 2 with the acceleration at 1500 feet. It's going to be an LNAV and VNAV takeoff. In case of emergency, we go straight ahead out to the ocean, climbing 3000 feet, and we pick up a hold somewhere over there. For our standard instrument departure, it's going to be straight out, over the shoreline, and then a left turn out, initially climbing 5000 feet, and we have that 5000 restriction quite far out, so we'll probably either get a shortcut from air traffic control, or we're going to do that or we are just going to get a very nice tour of the Everglades. But that should be it. Any questions? No? Okay. Then the cabin is secure before takeoff checklist complete. Captain Shark 21, thank you very much for the $2 donation. That is very much appreciated. Okay, we are clear on the approach, clear on the right as far as we can see. Before takeoff checklist below the line. MCP set, transponder Tara, strobe lights on, landing lights on, before takeoff checklist complete. Okay, are you ready? Timing. Stabilized. Set takeoff thrust. Takeoff thrust set, indications normal.
80 knots.
Checked. Look at how long of that takeoff run is. So, and now careful not to tail strike it. 10 degrees is the angle. And here we go.
Positive reclimb.
You're up. Nav, VNav. Look at that speed. We're climbing at almost 190 knots there. Oh, Command A. And the clean speed again, 230 knots. This is a really fast going airplane. Especially close to the max takeoff weight. Okay, flaps 1. And flaps up. Let's see this from the outside once again. Miami is beautiful, isn't it? Unfortunately, we have other things to do at the moment. So, the lights back to the pulse lights. Cabin crew can be released, and then we can do the after takeoff checklist. But let's first get our clearance from ATC, climb a little bit higher. Go to 14 initially, alternate event to get rid of that restriction. Now we can do the after takeoff checks. What do we have here? Unable to 70 knots at ready, and deal with that later. Okay, so air condition and pressurization 2.2 climbing and set. Altimeters 3022 passing 5000 climbing 140. After takeoff checks complete, cabin crew is out. Alright, back there is the airport. Rate of climb, just above 2,000 feet a minute. The 737-900 really, as I said earlier, is not a very good climber. But we'll get there eventually. So guys, when we are en route, we are going to invite Robert Randazzo up here, and you guys are going to have your chance asking some questions, and obviously we'll just have a very nice chat here as two aviators loving flight simulation. But first of all, let's get the airplane up to cruise level, so that we actually can spend the time the way we want to. So, let's see what the forecast says. Arrival at 0148 Zulu, which is in 5 hours and 45. A typical 900 service, I'd call it. Hey, don't need that heads-up display anymore. In cruise, you only bump your head in it, that's why we just put it away. Okay, and we are passing 10,000. Let's do the 10 checks. The fuel is balanced, and we have 6 pumps on. The lights are going off, APU off, air condition and pressurization, 4.1 climbing, and that fast belts. That looks smooth out there. Very smooth indeed. Fast melt auto, recall checked, 1 to 1.5. Monitoring, 10 checks are complete. So we can go all the way up to cruise level. Let's have a quick look into what our cruise level is actually going to be then. Optimum is 318, the plan is 300. According to SimBrief, 300 actually is the best or the most optimal level for us. But let's quickly go ahead and check the flight plan to see what level actually makes most sense there before we climb up to something that we don't want to go to. And LV Deegan, thank you very much for the $5 donation. How about we just divert to Vegas and call it a day? Well, if we are going into that direction already, I'd actually prefer to refuel the thing in Seattle and take it all the way up to Honolulu. And somebody's asking there, Cousin Nay, 737 MAX coming soon. Well, I'd really hope so. I just flew the real one for the first time yesterday, and it was an absolute joy to fly the MAX. But unfortunately, that is not something that we're talking about quite yet. But I'm sure we can ask Robert Randazzo in a few moments about it. So, just one thing for you guys to remember regarding the release of the 737-900. The release is announced for at some time today after 1800 UTC. So take that as it is. After 1800 is now, but it's going to be at some point today. Based on my experience with PMDG, they normally release at some point between 9 and 1100 UTC on my experience. Now, my experience must not be correct there. That is just how I personally perceived it in the past, and by no means take that as a warranty. But just remember that when you, especially when you Europeans think about it, they are in the US, so the day ends quite a bit later for them than it does for us. By the way, look at that rate of climb once again. It just temporarily dropped even below 2,000, and we haven't even made 15,000 feet yet. Let's see what the temperature is, because that is what primarily influences the rate of climb. And it's 13 degrees warmer than ISA deviation here. You can see how that really gets the plane, you know, how that really cuts the performance of the plane. Again, 1650 feet a minute here. The only good news is, the lower we are, the better of a view we get of Florida. Alright, I'll just take a 1-minute break and then I'll be straight back. Alright, and I'm straight back. So, let's have a look into where that airplane is currently going. And somebody asking there in the chat, are we gonna play Harry Potter after this? Well, if you take your 737 from Seattle onto Honolulu, you're certainly gonna have 6 hours to do so. But let's have a look. So, set standard, and we're passing 18.5, climbing 300. That's set 3 times. Okay, so quick look into the winds to make sure that we actually choose a good cruising level for us today. So according to SimBrief, if we look into the flight plan, it says up here planned optimum flight level, and that says flight level 300 until Oscar Sierra Whiskey. And if you look at where Oscar Sierra Whiskey is along the route, that is actually quite a way down there. So Oscar Sierra Whiskey is up here after 2.5 hours only. So the first thing we're going to do is have a look at the wind data block down here to see what the winds are like. So some waypoints where it would get interesting, for example, would be Smelts. That says the wind is 4 knots more at level 320 than it is at level 300. Now, 4 knots really is not quite a lot, so let's have a look over here. 2 knots difference, and over here it is 4 knots difference, 6 knots difference, and that is that mostly headwind or is that mostly crosswind? Yeah, looking at the track, that is like mostly crosswind even. So personally, I'm absolutely happy to go up to level 320 initially here. That should actually save a little bit of fuel. So let's select flight level 320 as our initial cruising level, seeing that it is just above the optimum. Probably by the time we actually reach it, the optimum will be 319 or so, and then we don't need to do a stat climb like half an hour after reaching our cruising level. Let's go all the way up to flight level 320. Set. Then press Alt Intervent. That updates the FMC. In theory. Here we go. Flight level 320 is in. And then we select it on the pressure panel as well. 320 is selected. And now we're going to continue the climb. So from here on, things are going to get a little bit more boring again. So let's put on the time acceleration and bring our airplane all the way up into cruise flight. Let's see if we can see something. Somewhere down there, maybe? That looks quite good to me. So, there was a little bit stuff that we still had to talk about from the previous flight. And before that, I'll quickly chime in with a few questions that some people have asked in the meantime. So, then, Hendrik246, which version of the Max did I fly recently? It was the 8200. Then, SkyChicken, how long did it take you to look for the auto brake and brake pressure for the first time in the Max? Well, actually not that long, because I had a couple days notice before I flew it, so obviously I did that online course again and reviewed the manuals and stuff like that. So, it still was a little bit strange actually reaching there, but, you know. And then there's a question if the IRS bug is fixed, from Johan Jacobs, and see that? The IRS bug certainly is fixed with this version. Then, Ian, is the 900 supposed to be out? It is going to come out today. Alan, can you show us the liveries that are included with the 900? That's actually a good point. As soon as we reach the cruising level, we'll have a look at that. And for those guys speculating which airline I fly for, just be aware the 8200 is the low-cost version of the Max. It is not a version in use only with a single airline. there are more airlines using that than the Irish guys. But I'm neither confirming nor denying. One to go. And someone's asking if I can show which liveries are included. I will absolutely do that as soon as we have reached our cruising altitude and are stable in cruise flight. So, leveling off right now. Taking it out of time acceleration for that. I probably took it out a little bit late, so it overshot a tiny bit, but not much a problem. And here we are. So, concept. Unable 270 at ready. That's because the descent target speed is 261. Let's change it to 80 or something like that. Gonna make our lives easier. And now the message is gone as well. Okay, 2,165 nautical miles to the top of descent. Then let's put it into 8x. Enjoy the lovely views. But a quick thing that we are going to have a look into is indeed which liveries are included with the PMDG 737-900. So, let's get the PMDG Operations Center out, and here it is. So, we'll start with the 737-900ER, as that is what this live stream is focusing on. And we have Alaska Airlines in 3 different versions. Then we have a fictional British Airways. We have Delta Airlines, El Al, Korean. Then we have Lion Air. We have Lufthansa, a fictional Olympic Airways. We have SpiceJet. Then Thai Lion Air, Turkish Airlines, and then several different United Airlines liveries. And it is worth noting that pretty much any American airline that is included on this one actually has a verified and accurate airline configuration included. So that's something I find quite cool. Then if we go over to the 737-900, then we have 4 repaints in there, 2 times Alaska Airlines, then a KLM, and then United Airlines. Those are the repaints that are going to be included with the PMDG 737-900. Then, Luftfahrt NL, how much more quiet is the MAX compared with the NGs? I can honestly tell you, you barely hear the engines at all. It is really so quiet inside, that is lovely. The MAX really is a lovely plane to fly. And somebody asked a little bit further up if I had kind of a bad feeling or something because, well, it is a MAX after all. The answer to that is no, not at all. The MAX is probably the safest airplane in the world by now. And I didn't have any bad feeling flying it whatsoever. And then Ronald, are there different versions of the 900, like Freighter or BBJ? There is no Freighter version of the 900 in real life, so the answer to that is no. And while there is indeed a BBJ-3 in real life, that is not included in the PMDG package. So included is going to be the 737-900 and the 737-900 extended range versions. And only those 2. And as a couple people say in the chat right now, yeah, you name it, Boeing knows the errors by now and how to fix them, so they did. I mean, let's be honest here. If another MAX would crash due to a computer problem, that would probably be the end of Boeing as a company altogether. So they can't afford that. They really fixed the thing. They really fixed the thing. And T-Park 1143, what do you prefer to fly, the NG or the MAX? Well, after only a single day of flying the MAX, that is a little bit hard to say, but my first impression was that the MAX is the nicer airplane, but I'd really have to fly it, you know, a couple more weeks, and only then I would want to really make a decision on that. And yeah, is there any difference in the climb rates or the procedures compared to the 7 and 800s? No, there's not. You fly the max exactly as you fly an NG. The procedures are exactly the same, and my impression is that the max climbs a little bit worse. Looking at the maximum altitude in the max, there is a little difference there. I need to show you that first of all in the plane over here to explain it better. So in the U14 FMC version, beyond the optimum and maximum altitude up here, it would tell you if it is limited by thrust or limited by buffet. In the 737 NG, it typically tells you max -B. So beyond here would be a -B, telling you that you are buffet limited, and that the buffet is what brings the maximum altitude down. In the NG, we always had it thrust limited. So in the max, the maximum altitude was usually a tiny bit higher compared to the NG, but then it was thrust limited and not buffet limited. So up at altitude, my impression is that the max actually has a little bit less thrust available than the NGs, even though on the max we have 27k engines installed compared to the 26k engines that we have on our NGs. Ian, can we have a hint of when the EFB will release? Well, we can ask Robert later on, but I'm currently waiting for him as well. I guess he's hopefully busy at the PMDG store. Hopefully. And Green Machine, does PMDG model the 900 tail stand? I didn't find any yet, so I don't think it is modeled. Okay, then. Robert actually says he's very busy. That gotta be a very good sign, my friends. That gotta be a very good sign. That gotta be a very good sign, I hope. Alright, then, there was something we wanted to talk about, and that is, well, there were a couple topics we wanted to talk about. We have one left from the previous flight regarding step climbs, but I'm gonna delay that a little bit, because hopefully we have a few different topics to cover first. One thing, however, that I quickly want to talk about with you is the tail strike problem. Since the 900 is 2.8 meters longer than the 800, the airplane is rather prone to tail striking. So the tail strike angle in the 900 is 10 degrees of pitch, and the tail strike, and that is with the landing gears extended. So with extended, I actually mean that when you have weight on them, they contract a little bit, and then the tail strike actually happens at 8 degrees already. Now, those 10 degrees can easily be reached if you let the approach speed drop to 10 knots below the VREF speed. There is a very nice graphic in the flight crew training manual, which unfortunately due to copyright reasons I cannot share with you, but there is a very nice graphic demonstrating like when you approach with, or when you touch down with a speed at VREF, then you are going to have a pitch angle in the region of approximately 5 degrees. When you touch down at VREF -5, which would be the lowest speed, let's call it the lowest speed acceptable in the flight crew training manual, then you have a pitch in the region of about 7 degrees. Now, if you let that drop by another 5 knots to VREF -10, then you are going to have a pitch in the region of 11 degrees. In other words, you're going to have a tail strike. So be very careful on landing not to flare the airplane too much. Don't let the speed drop below VREF -5, because otherwise you know where that's going. And guys, be gentle in the comments down there, okay? No swearing or anything. The plane is going to be out today, but the exact time, I'm sure they are working on it as fast as they can. I'm absolutely sure. Then David, which variant can fly a greater distance? Well, I would say the 737, well, the BBJs of course, so the 700 and the 800 Boeing business jets, or the BBJ and the BBJ-2, as they are correctly called, they are of course going to be faster, going to fly furthest. But in terms of the 900s, of course the ER flies further. What gets interesting is when you have a 737-700 and compare that with the 737-900, because the 700 is still going to fly further than the 900 is. Now, that's really not that much of a surprise, seeing that the maximum takeoff weight is like 15 tons less, but it can still carry almost the same amount of fuel if we forget about the aux tanks for a second. Liam 18, how are we going so fast? I am using time acceleration here because we are doing a 6-hour flight from Miami to Seattle. So I've put it into 8x time acceleration to show you how that stuff works. And Otto. Well, welcome Otto. I work as a software developer for 15 years now. I can tell you release days suck. Be patient. Yeah, that's exactly it. You just gotta be a little patient, and I'm sure they're working on it as fast as possible. Then, Compa Studios, any tips on going from the Airbus A320 to the 737? Well, an airplane is an airplane. And Pierce, when's the giveaway? Well, that's probably an important point. The giveaway is going to be upon landing, when we land the airplane in Seattle. And the game is going to be the very same that we had previously in Miami. So, after landing, post your guess on what my touchdown rate has been. After landing. It doesn't count if you post it before touchdown. After landing, post what you think that my touchdown rate has been. And then we are going to... whoever is first to get it right, or to get closest, is going to win a free copy of the PMDG 737-900. And Metal Eye, please remove the FPM bar on the top, it's like a cheat. Yeah, that's actually true. That is actually true, I didn't even think about that previously. Did that thing show the landing rate? Did it actually show the landing rate? I don't think it did, right? But to be honest, I never monitored that too closely. Umur Esbeck, can you ask Robert why PMDG landings still feel like in P3D? Yeah, I can. And I can actually answer that straight away. The answer to that is because the overall landing physics in Microsoft Flight Simulator are not very realistic. I honestly have to say that. They did a very good job with the 737, getting it as close as possible within the limits of Microsoft Flight Simulator. But the real plane still feels quite a bit different. And looking at the aircraft, things really do feel... yeah, they do just feel different in real life. The first thing is that... whoa, it's getting pretty turbulent here. But that's not what I was talking about. The first thing that is different in real life is that you have a much better feeling with a pitch to thrust couple. So when you pull the engine thrust to idle, you really got to pull further on the yoke. And it gives you a really good feeling on the yoke to control the altitude of the airplane. In the simulator, that feeling is just totally missing because you don't feel those forces, if you know what I mean. Then the next thing that is different on landing is that in real life, when you pull the engine thrust backwards, you really feel the airplane going down. Now, that is in part a sensory illusion because you are losing airspeed quicker, and decelerating feels the same to the human body as descending. So that is in part an illusion that you feel, but it very much makes the feeling of the landing. So in real life, if you, let's put it that way, you flare the airplane over the runway and then you pull the engine thrust off, and the speed at which you pull the thrust makes a huge influence on the landing rate, or rather on how the landing feels, not on the actual rate, but on how the landing feels. And that is something that just no simulator is able to replicate. So those factors really make landing a real plane feel a lot different than landing, in Flight Simulator. Now, that was actually a very interesting thing when I flew the MAX for the first time. First of all though, Hendrik246 upgraded membership to business class. Thank you very much, Hendrik. Now, when I landed the MAX for the first time yesterday, it was the very same as the NG. And I honestly have to say, we had to do a flap 40 landing because there was an ATR 72 in front of us. So we really had to slow the thing down to what we could, and had to make a flap 40 landing out of that. And flap 40 in the real 737 is usually prone to make a more positive landing than a flap 30 landing. But my first landing in the MAX was really smooth, but then the nose wheel came down. And the nose wheel in the 737 MAX is quite a bit higher than in the 737 NG. And guess what happened? I banked the nose wheel right into the ground. But that was after the main wheels were down, so the nose wheel touchdown was a bit more positive, but apart from that, it was really not much of a problem. So, well, that was my first landing in the MAX. Now, air traffic control knew that, and they made a comment on it like, hey, for a first landing, that was really good. So, I'll take it from there, I'll take it from the air traffic controllers, and I really have to say that the MAX is a great airplane to fly. The MAX is really a great airplane to fly. Now, somebody asked a little bit further up in the chat, should you put the anti-ice on when you're flying through these clouds? Now, the answer to that is no. Let's have a look into the progress page. We have an outside temperature of minus 49 degrees centigrade up here, and with anything below minus 40, you don't need to put your engine anti-ice or wing anti-ice on anymore, because any water that is left in those clouds is so deeply frozen that it is just going to bounce off the airplane, so anti-ice is not needed in these conditions. Okay, and we are approaching flight level 340 as the optimum, so I would say let's have a quick look into the wind forecast for the Hotel Lima Charlie VOR, and then we'll probably be able to start the next step climb already. But let's have a quick look into the forecast to make sure if that step climb is actually worth it. And Hotel Lima Charlie 340, the wind is a tiny bit less, 5 knots less than it is down here. But 5 knots less, seeing that the wind is a headwind, is actually something good. So, let's go back to real time for a second, and we'll actually do the step climb up to level 340. So that's set. Alt intervent. That's the FMC updated. Go back to econ. And then we also adjust the pressurization panel. And that's set. Okay, up we go. And Andreas, how realistic is the feeling of landing in a full flight simulator? I honestly gotta tell you, not very. Landings are something that the full flight simulator can't really do that well. Of course it does it okay, but you know, landing in the full flight simulator is not the same as landing in the real airplane. Oh yes, Rob, I fully agree with you down there in the chat. Terrible, 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 terrible. Taxiing sucks as well. Oh yes. That's exactly it. Alright guys, so, as I promised you earlier, we are going to have Robert Randazzo up here on the live stream, and I'm going to give him a call right now. And I sincerely hope that I didn't act up with the setup of my stream right now. Hello, Rob.
Hello there. Sorry, I had to mute the stream, otherwise it was going to get into that feedback loop.
Oh yeah, I know that feeling. I ran into that a couple of times already. So, how are you doing?
Well, doing pretty well, actually. We're all set to go. Just finished all the administrative tasks I have to do, and we are minutes away from finally pushing the 900 out of the hangar.
Minutes away from pushing the 900. Man, you bring it in right at the beginning of the call already.
Yeah, I think the whole team is probably going to be mad at me that I just like put the whole thing on hold to sit down and talk to you for a minute. So
okay, then I'm not even going to hold you up for too long here. I'm sure that my audience or our audience would kill us for that as well.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah.
Thank you very much for taking the time.
Yeah. So hey, one thing you forgot about in your landing discussion. The other thing that Microsoft Flight Simulator does not do very well is the influence of ground effect on the tailplane of the airplane. Mm-hmm. And so when you and I are out flying in the real world, as you pull the power, you get that pitch couple effect. It wants to push the nose down. But the other thing you get is that the airplane starts to slow, and it's provided that you've flown it well, it's in perfect trim, so it's well balanced on the controls right at the moment you pull power. And sorry about the sirens, that's just where I live. But when you pull power, the airplane starts to slow, and even just slowing 3 or 4 knots gets the airplane out of trim, and that's even more influence to push the nose down. So I fly a centerline thrust airplane. We've got tail-mounted engines, and I get the exact same experience, but I don't have the pitch couple from the wing-mounted engines. But as soon as the airplane starts to slow, that nose wants to come down, and we're missing that in Flight Simulator. And I think part of it might be the lack of force feedback, but part of it's the flight modeling itself. It's just that's something that's not quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean, if we're totally fair, Microsoft Flight Simulator, to me at least, still feels a little bit like the Cessnas that it's originally been designed for. And, you know, I know how much Dr. Evil is putting into the flight model, and he's taken it really, really far with the 737. In fact, I'm very sure it is to the boundary of what could be done in there. But you know, you still feel it a little bit that you're in a simulator here, do you?
Yeah, and for those who don't know who Dr. Evil is, Dr. Vaus, who's our eminent mathematician, builds all of our flight models, and his first name starts with E and his last name starts with V. So probably about 10 years ago, I started referring to him as Dr. Evil, and it's a name that's stuck, and all the beta testers call him Dr. Evil, and it's just kind of a little in-house joke. So
yeah, I mean, I'm still the low-cost guy, so for sure over for the guys at Aerosoft, I still am the low-cost guy. So So, what nickname have you guys given me internally? The guy breaking all the releases?
Well, I'm not sure we're allowed to use that much profanity on your stream, Emmy. So we'll just. No, it's funny. For those who, Emmy, I'm not going to say anything that I think you don't already know. But for those who don't get to pay attention to what goes on in the background of these developments, at PMDG, when we're building an airplane, we bring in some subject matter experts who are actively flying the airplane, because that level of familiarity is the best form of feedback that we can get. And it's, when you're used to flying the airplane and you're watching things turn on or off, or the way the airplane does this or that, if it's not what you're used to seeing in your day job, it really stands out, and that's what we need. And so in the subject matter expert pool, there's always one guy on every airplane. There's always one guy who we love and we hate, because, it's, Emmy, you have filled my inbox, and I'm probably not the person you beat on the most, but, you've filled my inbox full of, little things and here and there, and hey, the airplane does this differently, or hey, you're missing this entirely, or, could we also do this? And those things are what really make the product great, and so we love that feedback. But by the same token, there comes a point in every product development cycle where we're all just kind of tired, and then here comes Emmy with 3 more ideas, and it's like, oh dear God, no. It's a great relationship. You have been an incredible asset to the team on this, and I think that folks that watch your stream that see your videos and get to see the sorts of details that you can show them in the stream, part of that comes from your knowledge of the airplane, but part of it comes from the fact that there's guys like you who are helping us behind the scenes to make sure we get those things right. And it's kind of fun. And I strongly encourage people to watch your stream and watch some of your videos about the airplane. I mean, just the other day, I was joking with Emmy in our beta forum that, this the copy paste routine that you use to move the minimum settings over to the other pilot side of the airplane. I've been working, on coding this airplane for 20 plus years now. I didn't know that existed. So I sat there and watched the stream and sort of tilted my head to the side and said, well, that's pretty damn cool. So, there's a lot to these things. And, you can learn a lot from watching a guy who flies the airplane for real, because there's just things that we do as pilots in the airplane to really leverage the capabilities of the machine. And simmers would never learn those things unless they see someone do it and have someone explain it. So I think your stream's great, Emmy, and I'm glad you're doing it.
Well, thank you so much, Rob. And I'm so happy that I found something in the airplane that you didn't know about.
Well, and actually, I am not a 737 guy, and I know that there's like this crazy rumor out there that I own one, which I think is hilarious. I was on Filbert Fly's that stream a couple of weeks ago, and he asked me that question, and I just about fell out of my chair laughing, because sure, I would love to have that kind of bankroll, but I'm not a 737 guy. I've never flown the airplane, and I jokingly say I never want to fly one, but this is not my airplane. The airplane that I know best is the 7.4. Dr. Evil, the airplane he knows best is the 777. So we sort of each have our areas of expertise. This one is not mine, and I find myself, when I go to load the airplane up and go fly it, I have to pull the manual out sometimes, and how the heck do I get it to do X or Y? So so I'm more of a simmer with this airplane than anything. I just get to code some of the background systems.
Oh, and even that alone, of course, gives you a lot of insights there. So,
yeah, I've got friends that fly the airplane, and it's sort of a running joke. I've got friends that fly it, I've got friends that maintain them, and they'll call and like, hey, my airplane did X or Y, and I'll say, oh, and I can explain to you what broke on your airplane. But the flying side of this one, I'm not all that familiar with.
It's funny that you mentioned just that, because that is actually when people look at me as well. Now, ever since I joined your beta team and your attack team, I got those insights as well, and I started looking at things that I would previously never have looked at. And now when I fly the relay airplane, sometimes the colleagues look at me and they're like, what? How do you know that? So that's a lot in it. You learn so much in that process when you're developing an airplane, or when you're helping to develop an airplane. That is incredible.
Yeah, and that's been one of the fun things for us in developing this. I come out of the airline world. Most of my friends are airline pilots, corporate pilots, or warbird pilots, and it's sort of fun to sit around and dig deep into specific systems. And Paul Golnick, who is on our team, he is probably one of the world's preeminent airline maintenance experts. I mean, there is nothing you can break on an airplane that he hasn't seen before. And and I'll have a schematic diagram out, and I'll call Paul up and say, hey, go to this page, this page, this page. Explain to me what this is doing here. And and he can impart a tremendous amount of knowledge to me, which I can then turn into code. And it's fun to then see it come alive on the screen. And sometimes the things that we come up with are really just diabolical ways of breaking stuff to mimic what happens in the real world. And I mean, a classic example is the you're not going to crash on us there, are you? Okay.
No.
So, but I mean, a classic example is in the 737, if you get if an engine anti-ice valve fails, what happens when it fails depends entirely on what the position of the valve was when it failed. So, if the valve fails when the valve is closed, then you might not ever notice it, until you run that valve through a test process, or until you try to select it on. You're not going to know that it broke. If the valve fails open and you're at relatively low power, and then you go adding a bunch of power, what happens next is you're going to overheat that whole ring cowl, and you're going to get a whole bunch of other cascading problems and and warnings and things from that. And so of course Paul and I sit down and we go through, and I'll call him up and say, okay, so I'm at 75% of N2, and that valve fails, and now I'm now I take the airplane to go around power. What's it going to do? And he'll kind of walk me through, well, there's this and there's this and there's this, and we'll go through the diagrams and where the sensors are located and figure out exactly what the confluence of events is, so that when you get that in the sim, it reacts the way it should. And and I mean, gosh, for a $70 product, that's pretty darn cool. And we've had conversations with Boeing, and and Boeing is they love what we do, and they have pointed out that in some cases what we simulate is more accurate than what's in the big training simulators. So it's fun. I mean, it's just geekery, and we're all airplane geeks, and we're sort of a mix of computer geek and airplane geeks, and this is what we get to come up with, and I think it's pretty darn cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Just reminds me of that little thing with the hydraulics there that I remember we went through in the 7.3 beta process. With the hydraulic system quantity in the A system, with the landing gear retracted being less than when it is with the landing gear extended, and it used to be the other way around, and then eventually turned out like, hey, it's the other way around in the big training simulator, and now we've got it correct. And
yeah, that was a funny one, actually, and it was. And I mean, if you don't mind, I'll kind of pull the curtain back so people can see what the relationship is really like. But
yeah, please.
So we had we have modeled the fluid flow of the hydraulic system in this airplane since 2010, and so we had the fluid going, and now I forget which way it was going and which way it does go. But we had when the gear would retract, the fluid would go one way. And so here we are, we're 12 years beyond the initial model of that, and that model was based on we leased time in simulators, and we recorded a bunch of information and data, and we actually have video of in the training simulator of the fluid flow, through on the status display there, and so we built a model based on that. And 12 years later, here comes Emmy, and he's like, hey, this is backward. And I, very confidently informed Emmy that, hey, you maybe want to spend some more time in the books because you're wrong. And I've got video that we did from the sim, and Emmy, sat back and thought about it a little bit, came back later and said, well, no, okay, so, I flew the airplane this morning, and I'm telling you, it goes the other way. And so when I actually sat down and did a computation of the volume of the the retract struts and the extend struts and all the other stuff, and I came back and I was like, damn if he's not right. We've got it backward. So we wound up reversing it. So it's now correct in this build. But that's the thing that's sort of funny about the relationship with our tech advisors, is that sometimes you guys come to us with something and we are just absolutely certain, nope, we've got this right, it's been in this right, it's been in the airplane for 12 years and we know this is right, we've got video of it, we've got photographs, we've got this, we've got that, and you'll come back to us and say, yeah, no, that's still wrong. So and that's true. That goes on all through aviation, and I think that surprises people that we find. There's so many problems in the way the hydraulic system is modeled in the training sims. It's really kind of surprising. None of it has an impact on how we get trained, but there are details that just aren't right, and it would probably cost millions of dollars to fix. So, from an industry standpoint, it doesn't really matter because it doesn't change the outcome of the training.
Yeah, that's absolutely it. You've just said probably one of the most important points that I always think about when I'm talking to people. And that is that it seems to be that flight simmers seem to believe that those full motion simulators would be 100% accurate. But that's just not the case. These things are not designed as 100% accurate system replicas. They are designed as training tools to train pilots, and that is what they do, and that is what they're very good at. Not necessarily 100% of that system simulation.
Yeah, and we have been pitching for some time that there is a tremendous value to be had in desktop flight simulation. It has long been the confluence of nerds and geeks. And, early in my flying career, I was kind of embarrassed to admit that I did this. It was sort of like, if I mentioned to some of the captains that I flew with that this was my hobby, they'd ask to be reassigned to a different flight. And so nowadays, guys like you that are joining airline pilot ranks have grown up with computers and flight sim and that sort of thing. So it's not viewed as oddly anymore. But I have maintained since about 2003. We had a conversation with let me see. It was 2005. We had a conversation with Boeing about the use of desktop flight simulation to reduce the training footprint for airline pilots. And for those that don't know, you get hired, you go to school, you spend 2 weeks in the classroom doing company procedures and learning, memorizing the airplane. Then you spend a week in a fixed base training device where you practice all of powering the airplane up and powering it down and flying approaches and all your call outs and where to have your hand at what time. And then you move on to the full motion training device, and the full motion training device is what they sign you off in. And the first couple of days in the full training device is usually just a complete waste of time because you are trying to take all the stuff that you memorized from the books and figure out where it is in this device when you're sitting in it. And because you see these black and white drawings in your books, and then you're looking at the overhead panel and trying to figure out where the heck is that switch. You're trying to sort of make that transition from black and white paper to sitting in the device, and it's a waste of time. And we saw, I read an article where Boeing was quoted in 2003 as saying that if they could shave 1 day off the training footprint for all Boeing airplanes, it would save the industry $800 million a year. That is a massive sum of money. And so I, rang some bells at Boeing and got a little bit of attention and tried to show them that, hey, give a tool like this to someone before they go to training, you eliminate that first day sitting in the device trying to figure out where the switches are. And it has been 20 plus years that we have been pushing that idea to Boeing. And and I'm not saying that we have caused it to get traction. There's a lot of other stuff going on in the industry, and the acceptance of computers and the acceptance of simulation as a training tool, and the very act of Microsoft deciding to come back into the simulation sphere and building something that is as magnificent as Microsoft Flight Simulator. All of these things together are starting to cause the industry to say, hey, maybe this tool is now mature enough that it can be used to shave a day or two off the training process, so that we can then take that day, and instead of trying to teach you where the cup holder is and how to, where the start switch is, instead of teaching you that, we can take those 2 training days, tack them on the end of the training, and teach you how to identify when the airplane has too much energy crossing the numbers and you're looking at a danger for a runway overrun. How do we teach judgment to keep you from bending metal, rather than trying to teach you where to find a switch? So I think you and I are going to see in the worlds in which we operate, we're about to see a fundamental shift in the way pilots are trained. And for desktop simmers, and you and I are also kind of desktop simmers. For desktop simmers, this is going to really be pretty cool. We're going to get to see some stuff that none of us ever thought, 10, 15 years ago we would get to play with. And, and stuff like this 737 is part of that. So it's a fun time to be in simming.
I couldn't agree anymore. Actually, when you just explained this, I really thought back to my own type rating, and we had those 2 weeks where we were to learn all the SOPs and all the stuff from the books, and then of course the fixed base training session, as you've just said yourself. And I used those 2 weeks together with my simulator partner whom I've been assigned to, and we actually used the NGX in P3D and familiarized ourselves with it. And then on the very first fixed base session, we were supposed to do the cockpit pre-flight and all the preparations up to the engine start. And we sat down in that simulator, did everything, taxied out, did a pattern, came back in. And all of that in a session that was designed to be only until engine start. So that's exactly what you just said. It helps so much. You can't practically learn to fly an airplane with a home simulator, but you can very much learn to familiarize yourself with the cockpit, learn the SOPs, and get the idea of how those systems work together.
Yeah, and when I went through, when I did my type on the 747-400, I went through with a guy who had, I think he had like 18,000 hours flying the classic Whale, and glass in his airplane was the cover in front of the instruments. He had no real glass experience at all, and of course I had helped program our product and had flown it a ton and was very familiar with the airplane and how it operated, and how to make the airplane do things. And it was hilarious to me that here I was sitting with this guy who had just worlds more experience than I did. And he would sit there and look at me and, how the F did you do that? And I'd be like, oh, it's easy. Just tap this and this and this and hit execute and push that button. And you could just see the gears in his head spinning, like, what the hell? And it was, and it was funny. It was, now granted, it's not to say that I was a better pilot than him. He had a lot more hands-on experience and a lot of practical experience. But when it came to getting the airplane and leveraging the data to do what I wanted it to do, I had this advantage of having been a simmer. So, there's something to be said for it, and I think that. I think that the next 10 years or so are going to be really interesting as a lot more simmers. There's a bunch of people who watch your stream right now who 10 years from now are going to be airline pilots, and there's I get emails all the time from different guys on our team that in our customer group, and then from our beta team who have made that transition, and they all say, the experience that I had simming really got me ahead on training. So that's it's fun. It's rewarding. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree anymore. Actually, last year I've had a very interesting experience with one of the Boeing 737 chief pilots from Boeing themselves, and I talked a little bit about him about flight simming, and he told me that 30 years back, Boeing built airplanes the way pilots expected them to be. And those pilots, maybe they flew a model airplane, maybe they started in general aviation. Nowadays, Boeing still wants to build airplanes the way pilots expect them to be. But nowadays, pilots' generation has probably learned to fly on an iPad. And for example, on iPads, the things just don't trim very well, is what he said. So the next generation of Boeing airplanes is probably going to have auto trim.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It's it's interesting because I fly the airplane that I'm flying is sort of stands astride of the two eras of data in the airplane. I mean, we've got, my engine instrumentation is steam gauge, but we've got really nice displays for for all the the flying stuff, and then the FMS is just out of this world in what it's capable of doing. And so so we still do a bunch of mental math, but we don't have to. I can turn it over to the airplane, and I find that having the ability to let the airplane do all the work is wonderful when I've had a long day and we're just getting beat on and things are happening fast, and ATC is having a bad day and they're taking it out on us. It's just nice to be able to say, you know what, airplane, you manage this, I'm going to sit back and watch. But by the same token, I can also do all of that myself and tell the airplane exactly how I want it to do it. It's nice to be able to be comfortable enough with the airplane to do either or. And I watched, some of the guys that are flying, some of these Gulfstreams that are coming out of the factories now. It's all touch screens and a bunch of other stuff, and you just sit back and you have to marvel. But the real challenge is going to be, how do you get pilots comfortable enough with an entirely data-driven airplane that they can make it do what they want it to do, what they need it to do, or they can tell it to do what it wants to do? Because sometimes those are different things. And so tools like what we're making, they're going to lead the way on that.
Yeah, I can surely imagine so. All right, I see quite a couple comments down there saying that, hey, Rob, release that 900 finally. So you said at the beginning that you're sitting down with me here just prior to the release. So
yep.
somebody says down there, quote, space on PC, tell him to release it. So
well, hey, it's live right now. If you want to spend $34 million, we would be happy to sell you a copy. So it's it's live in the system. You just need a lot of money.
All right. So Jumper Studios is asking there, can we get a discount code on those 34 million? Maybe 10% or so?
Yeah, well, if anyone buys it for 34 million, I'll cut you in for some, maybe. We do that when we need the thing live for some testing in the background, but we don't want anyone to buy it. And a couple of years ago, we actually we made a product live for $5 million, and somebody actually did it. And it was, and it just about, turned the whole world upside down. It was crazy. You would think that putting a $5 million price tag on something would prevent it from happening, but we had a customer who had that money in his PayPal account, and it transacted, and I don't think anyone was more surprised than we were. And he realized it about an hour after it happened, and that created some chaos. And I spent a whole bunch of time on the phone getting yelled at by the people from PayPal legal. And PayPal was wonderful. They unwound the whole thing, and nobody got charged any fees. But they yelled at us pretty good. and the fellow that did it, he's a friend of the team now, and I apologized to him profusely. He apparently did it on his phone, and he was busy doing multiple things and didn't catch on to what was happening. But he gets every product that we release, and I always give it to him for nothing, because he had a sense of humor on what could have been a really really ugly scenario. But anyway, that's why we make it available for 34 million, because I'm guessing that no one's gonna have 34 million in their PayPal account, and we'll see. But Yeah. So, but I should probably get going because you've got a flight to manage here, and I got to go manage a release. So so it should be for those that are listening, I think probably the next 15 or 20 minutes or so, and we'll have it out.
All right, perfect. So, if I may just ask you one thing that people have been pushing about on the chat the entire day already. Can you tell us a little bit about 737 MAX and maybe about an outlook on the 777?
Yeah, so we're the MAX is coming. We are intentionally not saying anything about when, and the reason why is there's a bunch of factors in just how we manage development and where we hit knee knockers and stuff. The 777 is officially the next release after 900, and somewhere in 777's lifespan, we're going to slipstream the Maxes kind of into things. So we'll be moving development resources back and forth between 777 and 737. So the Maxes are very similar to the NGs, and so it's we've got a bunch of the background work already done, and we're just kind of plugging things in, and there's some data driven stuff that we're still working on, and we'll just literally what will happen is you will wake up one morning, and well, you won't, I mean, because you'll have seen it long beforehand, but we will have sworn Emmy to secrecy, so the rest of you will just wake up one morning and all of a sudden Emmy's going to be streaming a Max, and you're going to be like, wait, what do you mean that's out already? So that's how those will work. But 777, we are we're going to put our beta teams to work on the 777 here in the not too distant future. So we're humming right along. Things are going well, and we are making speed. So it's a fun time to be at PMDG.
Sounds very, very good. The good news is, just yesterday I flew the Max for the first time in real life as well, so I'm going to be there to break your stuff once again.
Yeah, well, it sounds to me like you already broke theirs, so, banging the nose wheel into the ground and all that kind of stuff, so, yeah, it'll. I'm looking forward to giving you that one, and it'll be fun to sort of see your experience with the Max grow as ours does, and those two things will kind of go in parallel, so that'll be kind of fun.
Sounds very, very good. All right, the final thing, if I may, did you think about already which 777 type may be first, or is that something you haven't thought about at all yet?
Yeah, we know which one it is, and we've already the whole thing is already rolling down the production line in that format, and we're not telling yet. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Then I'm not even gonna ask anything further. But so, yeah. Rob, thank you very, very much. I don't want to hold you from releasing that 900. So, thank you very, very much for being out here and having that chat with us. Now, people are asking down there, how much is the 900 going to be? Do you know yet, or is that going to be up in 15 minutes?
It'll be less than 34 million. I can promise you that.
All right, I'll take it for 33.
Yeah, there you go. all that streaming money. Yeah. So hey, Emmy, before I go, just believe it or not, you and I, people are probably surprised by this. You and I actually don't really chat a whole lot. Most of our discussion goes on through our issue tracking software and emails and other things. But from all of us on the team, thank you for your help. This has been a really interesting process as we've been learning how to work with Microsoft Flight Simulator, and that has certainly had its ups and downs. And I know you've seen that behind the scenes and the amount of work and effort that goes into this. I think it's easy for people on the front end of it to look at it and go, "Oh, this is really easy. They should be able to do X or Y." And I know you've seen just how much work we do in the background. But you guys on the beta team are doing an equal amount of work. Because we are just constantly throwing new builds at you, and in your case, being a tech member, we're also throwing more stuff at you and saying, well, hey, tell us a little bit more about this or tell us more about that, and the input that you have had into the product in the background has been incredibly valuable, and I hope that folks on your stream can appreciate the fact that the level of expertise that you're bringing from your day job and then contributing to us in the background allows us to give them something that they can go and replicate what you do at work to an incredible amount of detail. And so a lot of the real enjoyment for those of us that really like the nitty gritty of airplanes comes from the effort that guys like you put into it. And so I just want to say in front of your whole stream, thank you for that. We really appreciate it, and it's been fun having you in the background with us.
Oh, thank you so much, Rob. I think with currently 760 people watching, I can say just as well, thank you so much to PMDG for actually making these planes and bringing these planes to the simulator. I couldn't do anything of what I'm doing right here, right now, without your aircraft. And I think on behalf of the entire community, I can say thank you for creating one of, if not the very best add-ons for Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and so on my screen right now, I have on the side of my screen, I have like I can see the entire team talking, and it looks to me like they're lighting pitchforks because they're waiting for me to stop talking so we can get this process started.
All right.
So Chris Macros is trying to. He's been Googling to see if he can find any of my neighbors to go ring my doorbell to tell me to stop talking, so that so that we can get things started. So I better get going. But hey, have a good flight, Emmy. It's been fun chatting with you, and thanks again for your help. And I got to go to work.
Thank you very much. Rob, I'm looking forward to hear from you hopefully very, very soon on the forums and on the shop page. So, thank you so much. And like eTops120 says in the comments, so it's official. I've delayed the release. I take it with pride.
Yes. Blame Emmy. That's it.
Thank you so much, Rob.
All right, guys. See you.
Cheers. See you. Alright guys, you've heard it from Robert Randazzo. It's gonna be out very, very soon. And with that said, let's actually have a look where our own flight is right now. A couple of guys have asked about the giveaway, so let's continue with that for now. The way the giveaway is gonna work is I'll be landing the 737-900, this lovely Alaska plane over here in Seattle, like very soon. We're gonna go right back into time acceleration in a few moments to make our way towards Seattle. And when I land that plane in Seattle, you guys are gonna have a look at the touchdown rate when I'm landing the plane. And this time I'm gonna hide all the little things like that little bar on top of the screen right there and the heads-up display. So when I land that airplane, you guys are gonna guess my touchdown rate when the wheels touch the ground. And not any earlier. Only when we touch down, you guys are gonna guess the landing rate. And whoever gets closest is gonna win a copy of the PMDG 737-900ER. So, as promised, let's get right into that cockpit, fire up the time acceleration, and start making our way towards Seattle. And I have a feeling I need to bring this live stream to an end anyway, because with the plane being out in a few moments' time, I'm very sure that most of you will want to fly it yourselves. So, let's put that 8x time acceleration back on and make the plane head over to Seattle. Maybe we can work ahead a little bit already as we are flying. Guys, don't... Oh boy, you start guessing already. No, start guessing when we are... Start guessing when I land. Metal Eye, that's gotta be the one. Alright, so, let's work our way ahead a little bit and start looking into the arrival data for Seattle. We're gonna use SimToolkit Pro once again, and I've got a quick link to Navigraph up here, and we have the Chins 5 arrival today. But looking into the weather in Seattle in first place, it's 200 at 17, gusting 24 and 10 miles visibility, few clouds, scattered clouds, 9 degrees, 3011 on the altimeter. Aviation LG, 900 foot a minute landing with extra range. That's nice. Okay, so, looking into the weather forecast over here, that's definitely going to be runway 16, and if we have a look into the actual, if we have a look into the runways available, 16 left, center and right. You know, I've landed on 16 left and 16 right already in Seattle, so how about we take 16 center for a change today? So, let's say ILS approach 16 center, and then we can get rid of all the Miami charts as we don't need those anymore. So, chins 5 arrival. Coming in all the way from down here, and a couple speed restrictions to take note of, and then it's going to lead us into a downwind heading, flying almost right over the Boeing factory. Nice. And from there then we'll take it onto the ILS approach runway 18 center. Something else we can have a look at ahead of time already is of course the parking chart, and together with the parking chart what I always like to have a look at is the latest log of the real life flight. So we're flying Alaska Airlines 305 today, and if we just have a very quick look into what's it called again? Flight Radar 24? Anyone? Yeah. So if we have a very quick look into Flight Radar 24, then we check the last one, Miami towards Seattle, play that please. And then they did the same thing, they landed on 16 left even, making it even easier, and then taxied down here, okay. Well, you know what, if the real guys landed on 16 left, then we can surely go for 16 left as well. That's gonna make our life even easier. Couple guys are asking there, what app is that I'm using? The one on screen right now is Sim Toolkit Pro, and I put a quick link into the Navigraph website for that. I have a couple others there as well, like SimBrief, like the Airfield Brief from Blackbox 711, and of course the Virtual Performance tool. But that is what I'm using on there. And Metal Eye, do a runway change, right to left. You know what? I like your idea. I just released my video on the sidestep procedure, so we might as well fly the ILS approach 16 center, and then do a swing over onto runway 16 left. That sounds like a very good idea, Metal Eye. And Bonner, what's the longest flight I've ever flown? Well, in real life, that is, by now, still a flight with a glider of 7.5 hours. But since you're probably asking about my longest commercial flight, that's been a flight from Jordan to Germany with 5.5 hours in the 737-800. Okay, let's take it out of time acceleration for a second in order to start the setup. Final approach course is 164. And 164, and then 11.7 and 11.7. And do we need any VOR for this one? Yep, Seattle 16.8. 16.8 and 16.8. Okay. And the minima 630. Here we go. And maybe put the entire plane back to 4x time XL, getting us to Seattle a little bit quicker. So, then what else do we need to do? We need to check that we actually have the correct runway selected in the FMC. Yeah, 16 center is selected, then we have runway 16 center, and we take 102 and 10 miles and 4 miles. Okay, 250 below 100 is in forecast page, request those winds, and the latest weather on this is gonna be altimeter 3011. So burning 2.2, it's a landing weight of 150.6. Let's do, on the last one we did a flap 30 landing, so why don't we go for flap 40 on this? And order break 3, that's gonna get us out at Mike or at Lima, and then we can end up right at the ramp. That sounds like a good plan. Okay, cool. So that's basically the idea of what we're about to do for the Come on, airplane. Thanks. So that's basically our approach. I'm not gonna do an approach briefing for you right now because I'm sure you guys have heard it ever so often. So let's do it in the most abbreviated possible form. And we will be doing the ILS 16 center, possibly with a swing over onto 16 left. We have courses 164, frequencies triple 1.7 left and right, CLVOR on the standbys, minimum 630. And for the altimeter we take 3011 in the standby, and that's pretty much it already. Order break 3 takes us down to a nice exit, and that's it. Okay, fair enough, that shall do the job. Descent checklist please. Pressurization, land alt 450, any ice off, approach with fuel discussed, IS null box checked and set. Descent checklist complete. So on this landing we're going to leave the head-up display off, because as a couple of you guys said in the comments, on the last landing it gave away too much information about the landing rate. So that would kind of make the giveaway a little bit less funny. Okay. So, what else do we need to do? The one thing we need to be careful about, and yeah, that's actually a good point, no head-up display, no banner. In other words, the banner is gone as well now. Roy van Kahn is asking, since Virtual Performance Tool does not have the 900 in their system yet, is it possible to use the 800 instead? Yes, it actually is. So, for the 800, you are going to have a 26k engine with a 27k bump option. However, as long as the bump is in use, that should actually work quite well. The main difference you will have is that you will be limited to the max takeoff weight of the 800, which is a couple tons less than that of the 737-900. And Sincerely Aviation, could you please write something in the chat as an indicator to you when the landing actually happened? There was confusion last time around when the winner actually answered. Sincerely Aviation, that is actually a very good point. The only problem is I can't write and land at the same time, if you know what I mean. But I'm gonna try and figure something out. Let me see if I've got an iPad lying around or so. And Metal Eye, I will write the timestamp down. Metal Eye, that looks good. So, Compa Studios. You're an Airbus guy, so what's the point of the course knob on the MCP? Basically the same as the course on the RadNav page of the Airbus. So it simply sets the course of the, or you set the course of the landing runway for that for an ILS, or the course of the VOR if you want to track it. It's the same thing like the course function on the radio navigation page in the Airbus FMC. So, approaching the top of descent, reset MCP altitude, let's do that, and we go down initially 20,000 and then later on a little bit further. The reason I like to put an intermediate altitude in there is really that it gives you that little reminder when you're approaching that you're at 20,000 now, so we gotta put the seatbelts on and stuff like that. So, let's have a look outside. We see one big mountain over here, and, well, unfortunately nothing over there. That's unfortunate, but would have been too nice to see the local volcanoes, but we cannot have it all. It's Seattle after all. If it's not raining over there, then something is definitely wrong. And Stefan, I'm sure 737NG driver would love to have time acceleration in real life when he flies the 737. Yeah, that is actually true. That is actually true. Yannick, how long till landing? That's a good question. Then Andrew, have I seen the EFB yet? The answer is yes, but I'm not allowed to tell you anything. And Jan, how do I have time acceleration? I did a separate video on that. Check that out. I actually have a separate video on that, with a tutorial on time acceleration. Matt, does the 900 have any visual indicator of flaps position? Yeah, sure. The flap indicator is just over here. Alright, and regarding the landing time, we are going to fly the descent in real time, I've just decided. So, this says 1:51 now, so that's in 18 minutes. Now, 18 minutes, does that look realistic with the routing we have in the FMC? Let's see. Yeah, it does. So around about 18 minutes to the landing, I would say. And Dr. Gamer, is that a German accent you hear in me? Ja, das ist es. I'm German indeed. And that's a question there. If it was to be put into service, would I fly a supersonic commercial aircraft? Yeah, I would. I definitely would. Aviation JG, what airline do I fly for? Unfortunately, my airline doesn't really want me to tell, so I'm sure some people can guess by the SOPs, but Cornelius, are there any differences with the 737-800 other than the obvious length and range? Yeah, primary difference is actually the auxiliary fuel system in the 737-900ER. That one, and the aux tanks. I talked about that a little bit earlier in the live stream, and I've also made a separate video on the auxiliary fuel tank differences that I just released yesterday, so do check that one out if you are interested in what's changed there. And Ron, that's a hard question. Am I on the team BMW or Mercedes? Good question. Nah. I'll not answer that. I'll just see people hating me. Captain Riot, do you usually make hard landings since it's the standard in my airline? Well, I usually make textbook landings, yes. But, you know, I aim to do textbook landings. Alright guys, the PMDG 737-900 has just been released for a price of $49.99. It's just been released. And $49.99 actually looks like a very fair price to me, I have to say. That really looks like a good price to me. Very nice. So Robert, if you are still listening, thank you very, very much. Michael, why is the 900 cheaper than the 800? Well, I guess, and that is just a guess, but I guess it is because it comes with two versions of the aircraft, with the 900 and the 900ER. Now, in the 800 package, you also have the freighter and the BBJ-2. So that's two aircraft type less. So, would make sense to me if that is the reason for the lesser price. And chat, you guys are right, of course. The product page is up, the price is up, but the product itself still says unavailable. So you're right with that. I might have been a little bit too quick. And Julia Charlie Mike, as you say it, there is a BBJ-3 in real life, which is the business jet version of the 900, but that is not modeled by PMDG. So PMDG in the 900 package is going to model only the 900 passenger version and the sorry, not the 700 of course, only the 900 passenger version and the 900ER. Okay, set altimeter 3011, and we're passing 18,300, descending 12,000, no flag, standby altimeter set. Alright, now it finally is available. Now the 737-900 has actually been released. And the price is $49.99. So, keep in mind, even though $49.99 is a very good price, there will still be a giveaway of a free copy after landing. So if you've just joined, once I touch down, you guys will guess my landing rate. And we are going to use Sim Toolkit Pro at the end, once we vacated the runway, in order to have a look at the actual landing rate. And whoever gets closest is going to win a free copy of the PMDG 737-900. So stay tuned for that, we'll be on the ground very soon. And Derek, I don't have any SimToolkit chatbot enabled, so you are not gonna get anything like that. Yup, maximum entries for the giveaway. Well, honestly, whoever gets closest first, but do one of them, please. And if somebody just spams the numbers, that's not really gonna do any good, right? And Russian, hold on, are the clouds in Microsoft Flight Simulator working again? Well, honestly, for me, they've never been broken in first place. So, for me, they've always been working. Even though, in the last 2 days, I didn't fly too much because I've been flying in real life. Yesterday, I just had my first flight on the 737 MAX. And, the day prior to that, flew to the Canaries. So, I had a lot of real life flying to do and didn't follow Microsoft Flight Simulator too closely over the last couple of days. And November Echo 9 Delta 1, is the 700 used more than the 900? Well, that's actually a very good question. For sure in Europe it is used more than the 900, but can't really tell you two. And Johan, does the runway you intend to land on have a slope, as that can affect the landing rate? Don't really think so, no. Leonard, no, I cannot comment on the EFB, sorry. Philosoraptor, no, the type rating is the same between the 800s, or between the NG and the MAX. All that you do is to do this famous 2 hours iPad course, which actually is 2 hours 30, plus my airline made up a lot of additional training videos, so all in all that is like, don't know, a course that you really need to invest at least a full day on the theoretical training, and then you need to do, I believe it's 2 hours as pilot flying and 2 hours as pilot monitoring simulator session on the MAX now, where you get to experience the MCAS and familiarize yourself with all the displays and everything. So that is how the training on the MAX is done these days. So let's go all the way down to 3000. Airplane is slowing down nicely, 250 knots is the target, and thereafter we'll put it into level change on the downwind in order to get down as quickly as possible, because I'm sure that those of you who are currently waiting for the giveaway will surely be heading over to the PMDG shop in a few moments. Alright, level change, let's get those speed brakes out to get the plane down. The fasten belts are on already, and as we're approaching 10,000, let's put those pulse lights on as well. Randy, is Flytech to Sim a co-worker of mine? Well, I believe so, but I never met him in person. And Captain Riot, no, I didn't get any chills when I got into the MAX. I have no doubts about the safety at all, and the MAX is a very good aircraft. It is a very good aircraft. I have no doubts about the plane whatsoever. Okay, heading select. Let's do the 10 tracks. Fuel balanced with 4 pumps on, lights on. Angle of bank 25, air condition and pressurization 3.1, descending set, fast melt on, recall checked 1 to 1.5. Deselected, 10 checks complete. And we're about to enter the clouds. Let's go engine anti-ice on. Keep in mind, we have an airplane with auto start switches, so we don't need to actually put them into continuous. Alright, so, Otto, am I going to be on the 777 beta team as well? Yes, I definitely will be. Okay, so, for now, I am going to, go in, sterile cockpit, so that we can actually fly this approach professionally, and then after landing, we'll do the giveaway. So one last explanation on how the giveaway is actually going to work. Upon touchdown, and not before, upon touchdown, post your guesses of the landing rate that I did. And whoever gets closest, and you have one entry per person, whoever gets closest is going to win a free copy of the PMDG Boeing 737-900. Okay then, frisk check. Frequencies. Triple 1.7, set active nav 1, nav 2, fixed rings, Romeo 16 center, 10 miles, 4 miles. Idents, India, Sierra, Zulu, India, left and right. Standby instruments set, courses 164 and 164. Approach checklist. Altimeter and instruments, cross-checked, approach rates, checked and set, approach checklist complete. So, time to turn base. Speed brake retracted, flaps 1. Eject. Still flying rather fast up here, but that's not going to be a problem. Let's go 30 degrees angle of bank in order to actually make that turn. Actually looks pretty tight to me. And then extend the center line, please. Drag required is checked, but I disagree. Flaps 5. Quite a bit of wind there. 25 degrees of bank. Okay, heading 190, cleared for the ILS. Vertical speed. Localizer alive. Localizer capture, glide stop capture. I'm heading 164, missed approach altitude, initially gonna be 2000. Set. So, Space Needle over there.
2,500.
Very noted. Okay, let's start configuring a little bit earlier today. About 6 miles out, gear down, flap 15. Flaps 25. Flaps 40. Landing checklist. I'm quickly gonna turn the lights on first. Yeah, landing checklist. Start switches, auto, recall, checked, speed brake, arm green light, landing gear down 3 green, flaps, 40, 40, green lights, landing lights, on. Landing checklist complete. Okay, runway is in sight, disconnecting automatics. Then deselect the ILS. Recycle flight directors. And then we can fly the swing over.
1,000.
So, Poppy? No Poppy, it seems. Nice. Well, that makes things a little bit more interesting.
500.
500 continue.
Approaching minimums.
Correct.
Minimums.
Continue.
Sync rate.
Correcting.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Speed brake up. Thruster is normal. 100 knots. 80 knots. 60 knots. Manual brakes. Okay, so let's line that airplane up with the taxiway, and then we're quickly going to stop to evaluate the winners. Okay, here we are. So, we've got about 2,000 comments on the landing rates, but I took a couple of screenshots, which I gotta evaluate now. So, first of all, how bad was our touchdown? Well, Sim Toolkit is going to tell us the truth and the only truth. And Here is SimToolkit Pro. New landing recorded at 149 feet per minute. So 149, we're looking for somebody as close as possible to 149. And I'm going through the chat right now. This is not an easy task, you know. Oh, here you guys can see it for yourself as I'm about to go up. The only problem is this thing only shows me the last few comments, so we've actually got to do it by the screenshots. So I took these on landing over here, and this is actually where it started. From novel speed 3, this guy has not landed yet. So where did we actually start the landing? Metal Eye, you are the reference we set. And we're looking for 149 after Metal Eye. So where are we, where are we, where are we? Okay, that is all the screenshots we had. So, then we have a comment at 143. Do we have something closer? $154, that is actually closer. $152, $150. Okay, the 150 I can find is the closest from Debarkis. And Luke Lewis. Rick just said 149. Okay, what is that YouTube thing doing? Okay, the only problem here is this was so many comments I couldn't get any closer. So I just couldn't get any further up on the comments. So the closest I could actually find was 150 on those screenshots I could take. Well, I'm trying it. So, okay. Let's go further up. We can do this. Let's go further up, further up, further up. Where do we have it? Control F. 149. There is a couple people saying that. But we've got to find it. Okay, guys. Pop out the chat. Yep. So, guys, there were a couple of you saying indeed 149. But we're just gonna go for this, and... Okay, so we had a couple people saying 150, we had a couple people saying 148. the thing is, since there were so many comments coming in that there was just no way I could make this out, we are going to go for the only thing that I could actually document to get closest the first. And I could only document... Let's get this out again. So, from the landing, which is the one that Metal Eye recorded up here, I could go for the very closest that I could document, and that is... Come on, my friend. Yeah, that has to be Debarcus. So, congratulations, Debarcus, you won the free copy. Please do send me an email or contact me on my Discord, and please do give some sort of proof that it is actually you, because there will be people who are going to pretend to be you. So be sure to send me that, and then I will get you going. So just to be absolutely sure, Debarcus, I've just marked you once again over here. So please do contact me either on Discord or send me an email using the email address on my account. And then I'm going to get you going right at the ending of the live stream. Now, so many different options over here. This is the one we're looking for. So, congratulations. And then let's clean up that airplane, get it to the gate, and then I know that you guys will want to be flying your own 900s. After all, it turned out at a very decent price, so I am very happy with that. We'll just quickly clean this plane up, and then we'll make our way towards the gate. So, first to the right, and then we'll be parking over there. November 20 is what we're looking for. Alright, in the meantime, as I start taxiing the airplane to the gate, I would already... This stream is not at the end yet, but I would already like to say thank you so much for everybody who has joined today. This, by the number of people watching, this must have been the by far most viewed live stream that I've ever done on the channel. And I would like to really say thank you guys for this. Also, since this was the last of the 737NG series to be released from PMDG, this is kinda a little story coming to an end as well. Of course the channel is going to be sticking around for a much longer time, but at least the time where I've been beta testing the 737 is slowly coming to an end. There will be more updates, but no more new models, if you know what I mean, so things do feel a little bit strange over here, I have to say, as I'm taxiing this in, as this somewhat closes the first chapter of this YouTube channel. And I just really have to say how totally overwhelmed I am with the feedback I've gotten from you guys, and by how much you guys appreciate what I've done on this channel. This has been an absolutely amazing journey here. I'm surely going to continue it, but the first chapter of it is definitely coming to an end as we're turning right on this gate over here. So we're going to keep the APU off for this. The guidance system is not working, okay. Make sure to go all the way forward. That should be good. So, engine number 2 shut down, and then we're going to get ourselves a ground power unit. Okay, and there is the GPU. Okay, and the engine anti-ice goes off as well, of course. So, shutdown checklist. Both engines below 20%. Shutdown checklist. Fuel pumps off, electrical, ground power, fasten belts off, window heat off, probe heat, auto, anti-ice off, electric hydraulic pumps off, voice recorder auto, air complex off, engine bleeds on, APU bleed off, exterior light set, start switches auto brakes off, speed brake down to 10, flaps up no light, parking brake set, start levers cut off, weather radar off, transponder 2000 standby, CVR circuit breaker in, cockpit door unlocked, shutdown checklist complete. Alright, and that is the very first very first chapter of my YouTube channel completed. So, thank you very much for joining, everyone. I really hope that you have enjoyed this one. And for those of you who have just purchased the 900 and say that you have not gotten the download link yet, it did happen in the past that the PMDG channel, or that the PMDG website, had some issues when too many people were purchasing at the same time. So don't worry about that. It is going to send you the link in a few moments, probably in the next couple of minutes. The longest I've seen was like half an hour or so, but just contact the PMDG support and they will make sure that you are going to get your download link. So, thank you very much for watching, everyone. I really hope that you enjoyed this one, and I am very much looking forward to see you all again for the next chapter on this channel. Thank you very much for watching, and see you all again, hopefully very, very soon.